What's up, everyone? You're here at Monkey D. FIC. We're dropping something epic today. What if Luffy married Boa Hancock? Like and subscribe if you enjoy. Let's get started. Chapter 1. The question nobody asked. The island of Rust Fall was burning when Luffy landed on it, and it was still burning when he left, though for entirely different reasons the second time. He had spotted the smoke from the Thousand Sunny's observation deck, a thick black column rising from the eastern horizon, the kind of smoke that meant ships, not forests, and he'd stretched his arm out before anyone could open their mouth to ask what he was doing. The rigging of the nearest mast, then the top of the crow's nest, then the air itself, his body rocketing upward until he could see the whole shape of it. A naval formation, marine flags, 6 frigates in a pincer pattern around 3 darker, sleeker ships flying snake and bow colors he recognized immediately. He'd been back down on the deck in about 4 seconds. "Kuja pirates," he said, grabbing his hat to keep it on against the wind. "Marines have them boxed in. Looks bad." Nami looked up from her charts. "How bad?" 6 ships to 3 and they've got the wind. "Do we know whose?" He was already gone. Arms stretched back toward the distant mast, then launched, body arcing over the open sea like something fired from a cannon, the wind screaming past him, and he had maybe 90 seconds in the air to assess the situation properly before he hit something. He used them. The Kuja ships were holding, barely. The perfume femur was in the center, taking hits on its starboard side that it was absorbing with a discipline that spoke to the quality of its crew. The flanking Kuja vessels were maneuvering hard, trying to maintain firing angles while the marine frigates systematically closed the gaps. A disciplined, textbook ambush. Someone had planned it. At the prow of the perfume femur, arms crossed, coat moving in the sea wind, stood Boa Hancock. Luffy could tell it was her from 200 meters in the air because no one else stood like that. Like the battle was an appointment she was already slightly bored by, while simultaneously containing the kind of force that could end the appointment whenever she chose. She was just choosing to let it run. For now. He adjusted his angle. Curled up. Let gravity finish the job. He hit the deck of the largest marine frigate like a dropped anchor. The shockwave cracked the wood in a 6-foot radius. Sailors went over the railing. The gun crew on the forward deck was already turning, already shouting, and Luffy was already moving, arm back, breath in, fist igniting with the dark haze of hockey. "Goma goma no!" The arm shot forward. Hit the base of the main mast. The mast went sideways. The frigate lurched. 3 other frigates in the immediate formation broke their patterns to avoid being hit by the falling spar, which opened exactly the gap in the pincer that the Kuja's ships needed to stop bleeding and start maneuvering. 22 seconds after landing, Luffy was already moving to the next problem. The battle had a rhythm after that, the kind of rhythm that happens when 2 people who have fought alongside each other without ever planning to know exactly where the other one is going to be. Luffy went wide, went hard, went through things rather than around them, turning the marine formation into a broken geometry. Hancock moved through the gaps he made with the unhurried precision of someone conducting a procedure, her coat sweeping behind her as she stepped from hull to hull, literally walking on the surface of the sea where the ships were close enough together, and everywhere she looked with intent the world went still and stone-gray. She didn't overuse it. That was the thing about Hancock that people who only knew her reputation missed. She was not reckless. The love fruit was devastating precisely because she was surgical with it. The Commodore, trying to reach the emergency den mushy. Stone. The 3 officers who understood enough about the situation to coordinate a fallback. Stone. The helmsman on the 2nd frigate, who was the only one positioned to execute the flanking maneuver that might have turned things around. Stone. Then she was back on the deck of the perfume femur, not because she needed it, but because that was her ship and she didn't abandon her ship. It was over in 18 minutes. Luffy had been counting, loosely, in the back of his head the way he sometimes counted when things were going well and he was enjoying himself. He sat down on what remained of the forward railing of the flagship he'd introduced himself to, let his legs hang over the edge, and looked at the smoking, listing wreckage of what had been a pretty serious naval ambush 45 minutes ago. Kuja warriors were moving through the debris with bows ready, rounding up survivors, being thoroughly professional about the whole thing. The smoke was beginning to thin. The sea was going to be fine. He could hear Hancock's boots on the deck behind him, a particular precise sound, like every step was a decision. "Your entrance," she said, stopping beside him, "was excessive. It worked. You dropped through the deck. I dropped through their deck. That's fine." He looked at the hole in question. "Mostly fine." She looked at it too. "You broke their keel." "Did I?" He leaned over to check. "Huh. That's probably why it's sinking." "Yes," she said. "That would be why." She crossed her arms. He could tell from her voice that she wasn't actually annoyed. There was a particular register of genuine Hancock annoyance that had edges to it, and this didn't. This was the voice she used for things she was quietly satisfied about but wouldn't admit. "Someone planned this," she said. Her eyes moved across the scene, reading it the way she read everything, comprehensively, coldly, pulling information out of the physical evidence. "They knew our route. They had the wind advantage prepared, which means they were positioned here before us. They had our timeline." Luffy looked at the formations, the way the ships had been placed before the fight scrambled everything. She was right. Not random patrol. No. Targeted interdiction. She paused. "Which means we have a problem that survives this battle." A Kuja warrior approached, stopped a respectful distance away, and waited. Hancock turned her head just slightly, and the warrior gave a brief report in their particular clipped dialect. Hancock listened without expression. Her jaw tightened, almost imperceptibly, once. "Thank you," she said in the same tone she used for everything. The warrior left. "Trader?" Luffy asked. "In our supply network. A woman who sailed with us 3 years. Her voice stayed level. "She was paid well, apparently." He looked at her. She was watching her warrior's work, and her expression was the kind of expressionless that meant she was holding something down. Not grief, exactly. Something older and more practiced, the feeling of having trusted the wrong person, which for Hancock had a particular history and a particular weight. He didn't say sorry. It would have been the wrong thing. He didn't say he understood, because that would have been worse. He just looked at the same stretch of ocean she was looking at and let the moment be what it was. After a while she uncrossed her arms and said, "We sail for Amazon Lily. You can follow or go on your way." "I'll sail with you," he said. She didn't answer. But she didn't leave immediately either, which was its own kind of answer. The woman in question was brought to the prow of the perfumed femur before they left the battle site. Luffy stayed where he was and didn't watch, because it wasn't his business, but he heard Hancock's voice, low, steady, precise as a surgical instrument. No shouting. No drama. Worse than either. He heard the woman begin to cry, and then stop, because crying at Boa Hancock when you betrayed her was not something Hancock allowed to change the facts. The woman was put ashore on Russ Fall with nothing but the clothes she was wearing. It was actually merciful, for this part of the New World. They both knew it. Luffy watched the island shrink behind them as the perfumed femur came around into the wind, and he thought about what it cost to be that precise with mercy, to give exactly enough and nothing more and not let how you felt about it show in your hands. The Thousand Sunny caught up to them 3 hours later. Luffy watched it appear on the horizon with the particular warmth he always felt at the sight of it, his ship, his crew, the thing he'd built, and the people who'd built themselves into it. And when the two vessels came close enough for voices to carry, Nami's came across the water first, which was tradition. "You jumped off the ship," she said. "We won," he called back. "That is not the 'come sail with us to Amazon Lily,'" he called. "Hancock says it's fine." Hancock, standing beside him, said nothing. Which Nami correctly interpreted as confirmation, because she'd learned that Hancock's silences had gradations. The two ships sailed together as the day turned over into evening. Luffy moved between them, which was to say he stretched across the gap between the hulls at regular intervals because he wanted to talk to whoever he wanted to talk to, and neither ship's crew had the energy to be surprised by this anymore. He told Usopp about the battle with great enthusiasm and almost no accuracy. He sat with Robin in the Sunny's library for about 20 minutes, which was unusual. Robin had been reading something about the ancient history of Amazon Lily's founding myths, and she showed him a passage, and he looked at it with the focused attention he gave to things that interested him, and she watched him the way she watched most things, carefully, generously, with the permanent slight curiosity of someone who finds people more interesting than they expect to. "You like her?" Robin said, which wasn't a question. "Hancock?" He scratched the back of his head. "Yeah." Yeah? Robin smiled and went back to her book. He sat there for another minute, which was as close as Luffy got to reflective, and then he went to bother Zoro, who was sleeping on the deck and refused to acknowledge being bothered. Night came in over the sea like a curtain being drawn. Luffy found himself on the mid-deck of the perfumed femur at some indeterminate hour. He'd crossed over on his arm again, just because he wanted to, just because the night air was different over here and the Kuja's ship moved differently under his feet, lower and faster than the Sunny, built for a different kind of sailing. A warrior near the stern had watched him board with her hand on her bow for exactly 3 seconds before recognizing him and making a very deliberate decision to look somewhere else. He'd ended up lying on a coil of rigging rope, looking at the stars, which were extraordinary out here in the New World where there was nothing between you and the sky but salt air. He was thinking about the conversation with Robin, and about the battle, and about the way Hancock had looked at that stretch of ocean after hearing about the traitor, that precise, careful blankness that meant something real was behind it. He heard her before he saw her. The particular cadence of her footsteps even on moving ship decking, the way she moved differently at night than she did in daylight, slightly less like she was performing, slightly more like she was just existing, which she let herself do when there was no audience she respected enough to perform for. She went to the stern railing and stood looking at the wake. He lay where he was, not hiding exactly, just not announcing himself. After a while she said, without turning around, "I know you're there." He sat up. "I wasn't hiding. You were somewhat. I was thinking. You were lying on my rope coils. Your rope coils are comfortable." He came to stand near the railing, leaving some space. The wake stretched out behind them, phosphorescent in the dark, a bright scar across the black water. "Couldn't sleep." "Neither could I." She paused. "I don't often sleep well after this kind of day." He understood what she meant. Not the battle, the other thing. The betrayal. The calculation it required to respond to it exactly right. The way rightness still cost something, even when it was right. "I've been thinking," she said, "about the supply network. About how exposed my people are becoming." She looked at the water, not him. "The marine action today wasn't isolated. It was a message. Or a test. Someone at a higher level sanctioned that intercept." A pause. "It will happen again. Escalated." "Why now?" "Because the Shichibukai system is gone and the world government is still deciding what we are. What we're allowed to be." Her voice was precise and cold, and she was talking about existential threat to her island and her people, and she sounded like she was giving a weather report because that was how she handled this particular category of fear, by turning it into a logistical problem, because logistical problems had solutions. For 15 years, the Shichibukai title was a wall. We could do what we needed to do and no one could formally classify us as enemies. Now there's no wall. And they are remembering that Amazon Lily is a weapons platform and a naval asset and an independent power that doesn't answer to them. Luffy was quiet. The sea moved. "What does Nyan say?" he asked. Something complicated crossed her face. "Nyan says many things. Most of them are correct." A slight pause. "She says the only meaningful protection available to Amazon Lily now is a power alliance built on terms the world government can't easily dismantle. Something personal enough to be durable. Something." She stopped. "Something political," he said. "Yes." "Like what?" She finally looked at him. Her eyes in the dark were very clear. Like an alignment with a Yonko powerful enough that moving against Amazon Lily would mean moving against a force the world government can't afford to antagonize. A pause. Like a marriage. The words sat between them. Nyan said that? He asked. In more elaborate terms. She made it sound less like a transaction and more like a philosophical argument about dynastic stability. Hancock's voice was dry and self-aware. She's been saying versions of it for 2 years. She told me something like that today, he said. Before dinner. The thing about strategic vulnerabilities. Hancock looked at him. Something in her expression shifted, just slightly. She told you. In a lot more words. Something about snake venom and historical precedent. He scratched his jaw. I didn't follow all of it. She's not subtle when she wants something. She's pretty subtle. I only got about half of it. Hancock looked back at the water. The night was very still. The ship moved beneath them with that particular slow rhythm of a vessel running before a following wind, easy and regular, like breathing. Hancock, Luffy said. She turned. He was looking at her with that expression that she had never found in any of the people she'd known before him. Not the desperate adoration of men who'd see her face and lose their sense entirely, not the calculating assessment of political allies mapping her for leverage, not even the genuine warmth of her own warriors who loved her with loyalty and devotion that was also, always, slightly reverent. Just attention. The same attention he gave to a good meal, or an interesting fight, or a piece of sky that was doing something extraordinary. Full and present and without agenda. Marry me, he said. The sound of the sea. The creak of the ship. Nothing else. She stared at him. He wasn't doing anything dramatic. He wasn't on one knee, which honestly would have been the wrong scale for it, the gesture too small for what he was, too performed. He was just standing there, feet slightly apart, one hand loose on the railing, looking at her with the same direct certainty he brought to every decision he'd ever made. The certainty that didn't require anyone else's agreement to exist. What? She said. I've been thinking about it, he said. Not the political stuff Nyan was talking about. I mean, that's fine, if it helps your people, that's fine. But I'm not asking because of that. His hands moved a little, the way they did when he was working something out. Every time something happens, anything, anywhere, I end up going toward wherever you are. Not because it's strategic. Because it's you. He looked slightly frustrated by the inadequacy of the words, which was honest because he was genuinely struggling. You're the most incredible person I know. And I don't mean the strength, well, the strength is amazing, but I mean you. The way you are. The way you run at things. He paused. The way you look at that ocean when you're scared and don't let it show. Her chest was doing something she did not have vocabulary for. You're not scared of anything, she said, which was the first sentence she could find. I'm scared of things, he said. I'm scared of losing people. I was scared at Marineford every second. He looked at her steadily. I'm not scared of you, though. I never was. And I think... He stopped. Work through something. I think you've never had that before. Someone who just isn't scared of you. And I think you may be. He made a face. I'm not great at this. You are genuinely terrible at this, she said. Her voice was not entirely steady. But you know what I mean. She did. God help her, she did. She had been 13 years old the last time someone had seen her clearly. Had seen the thing she actually was and not the thing that was convenient for them, not the tool, not the weapon, not the symbol. Silver's Rayleigh had come close. Elder Nyan came close in her particular aggrieved way. Her sisters saw her, but they saw her through the specific distortion of love between survivors, which was profound and real and its own kind of blind. This man had walked into the worst day of her life, the day she'd had to put her past on the floor of a marine tribunal and stand over it, and not flinch, and he hadn't been horrified or moved to protectiveness or made her into something fragile. He just looked at her and gone, oh, okay, you survived that makes sense, and kept moving. She had been falling since that day and she'd simply never admitted the altitude. If I say yes, she said carefully, it will be the loudest political event in the New World since Whitebeard's death. Probably, he agreed. Every major power will reposition. The world government will respond. The other Yonko, yeah? There will be people who try to use it. And people who try to destroy it. She held his gaze. People who will come after you to get to me. Or come after me to get to you. He shrugged. Let them come. You say that with absolute, I mean it with absolute ease, he said. What, you think there's someone out there who scares me enough to make me say no to something I want? She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back. The ship ran on before the wind. I am not, she said slowly, like she was listing the terms of a negotiation, which in a way she was. A conventional woman. I will not diminish myself for anyone. Not even you. I know. I will sail. I will fight. I will lead my people. I know. I will not ask your permission. I will not be outranked by anyone on my own ship. Wouldn't expect it. If you ever. She stopped. Started again more quietly. I have been hurt by people who promised things and then changed when power shifted. I have been used by people who said one thing and meant another. If you, Hancock. He said her name like it was the simple answer to all of that, and in his voice there wasn't a promise in the conventional sense. There was just certainty, which was a different thing and worth more. I don't do things I don't mean. You know that. She did know that. She had watched him for 2 years, and the most consistent, most reliable, most almost frightening thing about him was that there was no gap between what he thought and what he did. She had spent 15 years in a world made entirely of that gap, the space between the face people showed and the thing they wanted, and she had navigated it brilliantly, and it had still cost her more than she talked about. And here was this man who simply had no gap. Who was, completely and without strategy, exactly what he appeared to be. It was the most dangerous thing about him. It was the reason she trusted him. Yes, she said. The word came out cleaner than she expected. No qualifiers. No armor on it. Just yes, the plainest thing she'd said in years, and she held his eyes while she said it because she was Boa Hancock and she did not look away from the things she chose. He smiled. Not the wide splitting grin she'd seen tear across his face in battle, not the wild laugh and throw himself forward smile of someone who just figured out how to hit something hard enough. Something smaller. A smile that stayed on his face instead of flying off it. Like something had landed exactly where it was thrown. Good, he said. She stared at him. Good. Yeah. She breathed. I just agreed to marry you and your response is good. What should I say? She opened her mouth. Looked at the sky. Looked back at him. I have no idea, she said, which was perhaps the most honest thing she'd said in longer than she could remember. He laughed. Short and real and warm. And she laughed too. It surprised her, the small sound that came out, surprised at itself, and she turned back to the water because she needed somewhere to put her face for a moment. They stood at the stern of the perfumed femur while the island of Amazon Lily was still hours away, and the sea went on in every direction the way it always did, enormous and indifferent and completely beautiful. Amazon Lily at dawn was the kind of sight that made you understand why the Kuja had stayed for generations. It rose from the sea with the certainty of something that had always been there and always would be, the green of its jungle so deep it was almost black in the early light, the stone formations of the southern cliffs burning orange in the first sun, the harbor opening like cupped hands in the northern face of the island. The sea around it was a shade of blue that didn't exist in other parts of the world. The perfumed femur came in with the tide, and the Kuja on the dock received their empress's return with the precise, controlled energy of warriors. No cheering, no crowds, just the collective alertness of women who loved their leader the way warriors love, with weapons already clean and ready, as if to say we are prepared for whatever came with you. The Thousand Sunny was already in the harbor, moored against the eastern dock. Luffy could see Nami standing on the deck with her arms crossed, and the particular expression she wore when she was about to make a point. Beside her, Zoro was sitting on the railing with his swords across his lap, looking exactly as awake as he always looked, which made his actual level of alertness impossible to determine. Sanji was at the stern, and the precise direction he was looking confirmed he had already spotted Hancock's ship coming in. "Luffy," Nami said, when the gangplank was down and he came off it. "You jumped off the ship. You stretched your arm off the ship while we were underway, and you launched yourself at an island in the middle distance without telling anyone what was happening. There was a fight," he said. "There is always a fight when you do things like that. That's not a wee one," he said. "That is also not the point." She breathed through her nose. "We had no idea where you were for 6 hours. I was fighting Marines. We didn't know that. We saw you fly away and then nothing for 6 hours. I'm right here," he said. "Fine." Nami pressed her fingers to her forehead. Behind Luffy, Hancock descended the gangplank of the perfumed femur with the unhurried completeness of someone who was on their own island and knew it, and Nami's expression shifted into the slightly different register she kept for Boa Hancock, something respectful and carefully neutral, the face of a woman who had excellent instincts about which powerful people it was wise to be polite to. "Hancock," Nami said. "Thank you for, it sounds like things were, your captain was useful," Hancock said. Which from Boa Hancock was approximately the equivalent of a standing ovation from anyone else. Nami clearly knew this, because she glanced at Luffy with an expression that said we'll talk about what's going on here later. Chopper descended on Luffy like a small concerned hurricane, immediately beginning the injury assessment he performed after every fight, cataloging the tear in the vest, the scrape along the left forearm, the bruise developing along the right side of his ribs where a cannon shot had gotten through before he'd managed to cover with hockey. "I'm fine," Luffy said. "You have a bruised rib," Chopper said, ears flat. "Bruised isn't broken. Luffy, it'll be fine by tomorrow." "That's not how healing works." "That's not, the biology of that is, it's fine," Luffy said, genuinely puzzled by the alarm. Chopper made a sound of deep veterinary despair. Elder Nyan was at the edge of the dock, small and ancient and carrying her pipe like a scepter, and she had the look she sometimes wore, the look of someone watching a situation and recognizing it from a long way away, from something they'd read in a history book, from something they'd been hoping not to see arrive. She watched Hancock walk up from the harbor with her warriors. Watched the particular angle of Hancock's shoulders, relaxed, minutely, in a way they hadn't been last week. Watched Luffy amble beside her, not behind, not in front, not performing proximity, but simply occupying space near her with the ease of something that had decided to stay. Nyan's pipe moved from one side of her mouth to the other. "Trouble," she said to the morning air. The feast that night was generous. The Kuja kitchen operated on principles that seemed to involve both military precision and genuine pleasure, and the result was a table that held roasted meats, spiced grain, fruit from the interior of the island that Luffy had never encountered before and ate at an alarming rate once he established it was good. The hall was lit with the low warm light of island evening, oil lamps, and the ambient glow from the garden torches that reached through the open windows. Hancock sat at the head of the long table as she always did, with her court arranged around her, senior warriors, advisors, her two sisters Sandersonia and Marigold at her right and left hands respectively. The straw hats occupied the lower third of the table with the comfortable ease of people who had learned that you ate when food was in front of you at someone else's table and complimented the chef and didn't cause unnecessary incidents. Sanji managed the whole evening with a restraint that was itself a kind of heroism. He addressed Hancock twice, both times correctly, both times managing to hold eye contact for approximately 3 seconds before redirecting his gaze to the middle distance, which was his personal record. Luffy ate everything. He told a story about something that had happened in Wano involving a waterfall and a very large fish that had occurred to him as relevant, and the story was inaccurate in almost every detail but told with such complete physical commitment, arms demonstrating the size of the fish, voice changing for the different people involved, genuine laughter breaking through his own narration at the parts he found funny, that the table ended up pulled in, including several Kuja warriors who had begun the evening with the polite containment of women managing the presence of men on their island and ended it leaning forward over their plates. Hancock watched from the head of the table. Her expression revealed nothing to anyone who didn't know exactly what to look for. Her sister Sandersonia, who did know what to look for, found a quiet moment when the conversation had fragmented into smaller groups and leaned close. "Nay, San," Sonia said quietly. "Not now," Hancock said. "Something happened. Sonia, you're different." "I'm exactly the same." Sonia looked at her with the gentle, clear eyes of someone who had grown up watching their sister build a wall so perfect that most people forgot there was something behind it. "You're holding yourself differently," she said. "Like something's been decided." Hancock looked down the table to where Luffy was now engaged in explaining something to Chopper that required him to use a bowl and 3 pieces of fruit as demonstration aids. She watched him for just a moment with the unguarded attention she allowed herself rarely and briefly and only when she was certain of the audience. Sonia made a sound that was not quite a word but was completely comprehensible. "Be quiet," Hancock said. "I didn't say anything." "You made a noise." It was a supportive noise. It was an insufferable noise. "And I said not now." A pause, very slight. "Tomorrow." Sonia sat back. But she was smiling, and she didn't try to hide it, because Sonia had been watching her sister operate in emotional deep freeze for 15 years and she would take smiling without hiding it. After dinner, predictably, Luffy disappeared outside. He always did this. The sitting still had a limit, not from restlessness exactly but from the way he processed things, which was by moving through them rather than sitting with them. Hancock waited the appropriate amount of time to not be obvious about it. Then excused herself. He was on the top of the garden wall, lying flat on his back, feet dangling off one edge, hat balanced on his face against the moonlight. She looked at him from the ground for a moment, this man, this impossible, uncomplicated, world-altering man, and then she climbed the wall with the fluid ease of someone who had trained since she was 6 years old and didn't need steps. She sat beside him. Took off her shoes. Let her feet hang over the edge. "Your crew is going to be a problem," she said. He lifted his hat off his face and looked at the sky. "Nami already knows something happened. She's doing the face." "Which face?" "The one where she's putting numbers in her head." He was quiet for a moment. In the comfortable way he was quiet, not absent, just not talking. "How long do you want to wait before telling them?" "I don't wait for things," she said. "Tomorrow." He nodded. Looked at the stars. She looked at the stars too, and then found herself looking at him instead, at the profile of his face in the moonlight, the clean, unguarded lines of it, the scar she knew the story of now, the hat resting on his chest now that he'd moved it. "You know," she said, "Nyan is going to attempt to manage this. She's already started. She gave me a 20-minute speech before dinner." "I know. She told me afterward." Hancock's voice was dry. "She said you understood approximately 40% of it." "That's generous," he said. "She's fond of you in her way. She'd never admit it." "I know." He glanced sideways at her. "You've been thinking." "I'm always thinking. About tomorrow. About how to frame it. Who to tell first, in what order." She was quiet. Then, honestly, "Yes." "Don't," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "Don't think? Don't manage it. Just say it. To Nyan, to your sisters, to my crew." He shrugged against the wall. "It's not a political announcement. It's a thing that happened. Say it like a thing that happened." She was quiet again. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple." He looked at her fully. "Everything that comes after it is complicated. But the thing itself is simple." She held his gaze. He had a way of looking at her that she still hadn't entirely made peace with, not the way most people looked at her, either with want or with wariness, but with the same quality of attention he brought to everything, as if she was something he found genuinely interesting to know, as if the knowing was the point and not just the access it provided. Okay, she said. Okay, he said. And they looked at the sky for a while, and the island was quiet around them, and the sea beyond the garden wall was doing what it always did, running on in every direction toward everything at once, enormous and indifferent and full of whatever came next. Breakfast happened in the palace's main hall in the pale early light, with the household warriors moving through the familiar rhythms of morning, food brought, tables set, the low murmur of a working island starting its day. Hancock came in and sat at her table with the completeness of a woman who had slept fine and made her decisions, and was going to conduct the morning like a morning. She accepted the cup brought to her. She looked at the doorway. Luffy came in still slightly asleep, hair going in 7 directions, hat hanging off the back of his head. He found the food, sat down, and began eating with the immediate purposeful energy of someone whose body treated breakfast as an emergency to be resolved. Nami arrived 30 seconds later. Then Zoro, silently, finding the far end of the table with the homing instinct he used for anything that would let him sit with his back to something solid. Sanji appeared carrying food he'd apparently found a way to prepare, because he could not cook when there was a kitchen nearby, and he'd brought extra, and he managed to present it to Hancock without completely losing his composure, which was a genuine achievement. Elder Nyan was already there. She was always already there. She had probably been there since before dawn, reading or writing or simply sitting in the way of very old people who have learned that sitting quietly in rooms is how you find out what matters. She looked at Luffy. Then at Hancock. Then back at Luffy. When? She said. Hancock set down her cup. Last night. Nyan looked at Luffy. She said yes. Yeah, Luffy said, and reached for more of the things Sanji had cooked. Is there more of this? The hall went very quiet. Not immediately. It took about 3 seconds for the silence to propagate out from the head of the table through the warriors closest to it, and then further, one by one, like a wave moving through water. Sanji made a sound. Then several more sounds, none of them words. Nami put down her fork. She looked at Luffy. She looked at Hancock. She looked at Luffy again. He was eating, which was not helpful for reading the situation, because he was always eating. But he also looked, she searched for the word, settled. He looked settled, which was different from his usual energy, the perpetual forward momentum of him. There was something else present, something that had found a place to be. Luffy, Nami said carefully. Yeah? Did you? She stopped. Tried again. Are you saying that you and Hancock we're getting married? Luffy said. Simply and completely, like it was the most obvious thing. The Kuja warrior standing nearest the table made a sound. Several others exchanged looks of the particular variety that contained whole conversations. Nyan was looking at Luffy with the expression of someone who had set a trap expecting to catch something manageable, and had instead caught something considerably larger, and was reassessing. Do you understand? She said slowly. What this means? Politically. For the balance of the new, for Amazon Lily, it means anyone who wants to go through us has to go through a Yonko, Luffy said. He wasn't looking up from his food. And me, specifically. Which means they won't. He looked up then, and his eyes were completely clear and completely calm. Right? Nyan looked at him for a long time. She had been managing catastrophes since before this boy's grandfather was born. She had watched empires consolidate and fracture and reorganize. She had been trying for 2 years to engineer exactly this outcome through careful political pressure and lengthy arguments, and the application of strategic wisdom accumulated across 8 decades. This boy had done it in one night, on a wall, by being entirely himself. She put her pipe between her teeth. Right, she said eventually. The word came out like a flag planted in unfamiliar territory. Sandersonia, across the table, made the noise she had promised not to make and then made it louder because there was no longer any reason not to, and Marigold covered her face with her hands and then laughed, which were both sounds Hancock had not heard her sisters make at that volume in some time. Sanji had gone somewhere beyond words and was expressing himself through a combination of gestures and sounds that conveyed a complex emotional landscape without communicating anything specific. Zoro said, looked at Luffy, looked at Hancock, nodded once, with the fractional satisfaction of someone who has been proved right about a pattern they noticed without ever saying anything about it. Nami was doing the math. Luffy could see it happening, behind her eyes, the rapid tabulation of what this meant, what the complications were, what the assets were, where the problems would come from and whether they were soluble. He knew she'd land somewhere between alarmed and on board, because she always did. Robin was smiling, which was itself enough. Hancock was watching all of it from the head of the table with the composure she was genuinely very good at, and only Nyan, sitting closest to her, could see the thing her hands were doing, settled flat on the table, pressing down very slightly, as if anchoring herself to the present moment, the way you hold on to something real while everything around it moves. Later, much later, when the hall had returned to something like its morning purpose and the immediate storm of reaction had passed through its first phase, Luffy found Hancock in the garden, standing between two trees that were flowering some white thing he didn't know the name of, looking at the path. He came and stood beside her. "Your crew," she said. "They're fine. Nami's already making lists. Zoro doesn't care about anything. Sanji needs some time. He'll recover. He always does." He looked at the flowers. "Are you okay?" She turned to look at him. "I'm the Pirate Empress. I just agreed to marry the most famous man in the New World. I've been managing consequences bigger than this since I was 19. "I know," he said. "Are you okay?" A pause. The flowers moved in a small wind. "Yes," she said. The same clean, unarmored word as the night before. He nodded. Looked at the garden. Far away, on a marine cruiser cutting through the sea toward this part of the New World, a woman in her 50s was reading a report for the third time and arriving at a decision. But that was far away, and the garden was warm, and the flowers were doing something pleasant in the light, and neither of them was afraid of far away. Not yet. Not ever, really. But the world had heard the word yes, and the world was already turning toward it. Chapter 2. The Empress's War. The news hit the New World the way a stone hits still water, not loudly, but with consequences that spread outward from the center in every direction at once, reaching things you wouldn't have thought were close enough to be disturbed. By the second morning after the battle at Russ Fall, 3 marine intelligence stations had confirmed the report independently. By the third, the major broadsheets printed in Water 7 and Sabadi Archipelago were running headlines, though each of them had gotten different pieces of the story wrong. One reported that Luffy had invaded Amazon Lily. One reported that Hancock had captured him. A third, which had better sources than the other two combined and a correspondent who understood the New World, ran a single column with the headline, Pirate Empress and Fifth Emperor, the alliance the world government feared, and underneath that, in smaller type, sources confirm, this is personal. On Amazon Lily, they didn't read the broadsheets. They didn't need to. They were already living inside the story. Nyan had written 7 letters before breakfast on the second day. 3 to Allied island leaders, 1 to a contact in the Revolutionary Army, 1 to a maritime legal scholar in Flevent's successor city who specialized in the rights of independent island states, and 2 to people she didn't name to anyone, written in a cipher only she and the recipients knew. She wrote them with the focused velocity of someone who has been preparing for a specific emergency for 2 years and has now been informed that the emergency has arrived, and has opinions about the timeline. Hancock watched her write. She stood in the doorway of Nyan's study with a cup of tea and didn't say anything, because there was nothing to say that Nyan wasn't already handling, and one of the things Hancock had learned about managing a complicated situation was to not interfere with competent people while they were being competent. After the 7th letter, Nyan put her pen down and looked at the door. "You could come in," she said. "I didn't want to interrupt." "You've been standing there for 20 minutes. Hancock came in and sat in the chair across from the desk. She put her cup down. She waited. Nyan looked at her the way she'd been looking at her for 30 years, with a particular mixture of exasperation and deep, grudging love that was its own dialect, that said everything important without ever softening its delivery. "You're not afraid," Nyan said. "No. You should be somewhat afraid." "I'm not unaware of the risks." "That's different from afraid." The old woman folded her hands. "Being afraid means you feel the weight of it. Being strategic means you're managing it from a distance. Those are not the same kind of preparation." Hancock was quiet for a moment. Then, honestly, "I feel the weight of it." "Good." Nyan picked up her pipe. "Then you understand what I'm going to tell you." "Tell me." "The world government's response will not be direct. They won't come to Amazon Lily with warships flying formal colors. They're too intelligent for that." She tamped the pipe. "Didn't light it." "They'll use the law. Reclassification proceedings. Trade embargoes. Pressure on our supply networks and our allied islands. Death by 1,000 administrative cuts while they wait for the alliance to fracture on its own." A pause. "They'll test you. Separately, then together. They'll try to find the crack between the Empress of Amazon Lily and the Yonko's captain, because a marriage is only as stable as the two people in it, and powerful people's marriages, in the government's experience, are reliably unstable. This one won't be," Hancock said. "No," Nyan agreed. "I don't think it will be. That's what frightens them, and what should frighten you." She finally lit the pipe. "The things they want to use against you won't work. So they'll escalate to something that will." Hancock looked at her. "You know something. I've been listening to marine intelligence channels for 35 years. I know patterns." She exhaled smoke. "There's someone moving. Senior officer. Not loud, not theatrical. The quiet kind." She met Hancock's eyes. "The worst kind." The morning moved on. Outside, the island was doing what the island did. The Kuja training grounds were already active, the particular music of sparring carrying over the garden walls, arrows singing, the calls of instructors with the voices of people who meant everything they said. It was the sound of Amazon Lily being what it had always been, and Hancock listened to it through the window while she thought about the shape of what was coming. Luffy appeared at the window. From the outside. On the second floor. Both women looked at him. He had apparently climbed the exterior wall of the palace with no particular purpose in mind and was now hanging by one arm from the window frame, looking in. "What are you doing?" Hancock said. "I could see the roof from the garden and wanted to see if I could get up here." He surveyed the room. "Is this Nyan's office?" "Yes," Nyan said. "It smells like that stuff you smoke." "Tobacco," Nyan said. "Most offices smell like things. What are you two talking about?" "Politics," Hancock said. He made a face. "Can I help?" "No." "Are you sure? I could hit something." "Not yet," she said. He seemed to find this reasonable. He looked around the room from his window frame position for another moment, apparently taking an inventory, and then he said "okay," and disappeared back down the wall. Nyan was looking at the window he vacated. Her expression had gone through something while he was there, something she managed to contain before it became readable. "He asked if he could help," she said. "He always asks," Hancock said. "And then goes away when you say no." "Yes." Without argument. A pause. "That's unusual, for someone his age and his." She gestured vaguely. "Everything." "It's because he actually means it," Hancock said. "He's not offering to feel useful. He's offering in case it would be useful." She picked up her cup. "He trusts me to know the difference." Nyan was quiet for a moment. She put the pipe in her teeth. "Well," she said, which was as close as she ever got to conceding a point. The formal announcement came in the form of a letter from Nyan, addressed to the Naval Command Center at Marineford and copied to the world government's civilian oversight body in Mariewa, written in language that was legally correct and politically unassailable and carried the particular arrogance of someone who knows they are on defensible ground and intends to stay there. The letter stated, in clear terms, the personal union of Boa Hancock, Empress of Amazon Lily, and Monkey D., Luffy, known as Straw Hat, and invited the relevant parties to recognize the diplomatic implications of this fact. It did not ask for permission. It did not request acknowledgement. It simply stated the thing as a thing that existed and dared anyone to have the particular variety of stupidity required to dispute it. Hancock read the final draft over Nyan's shoulder, made 2 small corrections to the legal language, and signed it with the signature she used for formal correspondence, a particular sweep of characters that managed to be both legible and intimidating. She had Luffy sign it too. He looked at the letter for a moment, tracking the dense legal language with the focus he gave things he couldn't quite parse, then looked at her. "This is saying we're married? It's announcing our intent. The ceremony comes later." "How much later?" "That depends on a number of things." He shrugged and signed it. His signature was itself something, a loose, confident scrawl, too large for the space, completely unconcerned about that. Nyan looked at it, and made a sound that might have been acceptance. The letter went out that afternoon on a fast courier ship. It would reach Marineford in 4 days. Vice Admiral Hiromi Crane received it in 3, because she had people at every relay station, and because she made a practice of reading things before they arrived officially, which gave her approximately 18 hours of useful thinking time for every piece of critical intelligence. She read it standing at her window, the sea behind the glass the color of iron in the morning light. She read it twice. Then she folded it precisely and set it on her desk and stood with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at the wall. Her first officer, Lieutenant Commander Hesse, was waiting near the door. Hesse was 32, technically gifted, personally devoted to the Vice Admiral, and had learned through 3 years of service that the Vice Admiral's silences were part of her process and not to be interrupted. "Sir," Hesse said, when the silence had extended to the point where something was clearly being decided. "The letter is formal. Legally constructed." Crane's voice was level. They used Nyan. She was a government-sponsored revolutionary scholar 60 years ago, and she still knows exactly how to write something that's difficult to challenge without looking like the challenger is in the wrong. A pause. Clever. "Do we respond?" "The official response goes through Marineford. That's not our concern." She turned from the window. Her face was the face she wore for difficult operations, not cold, exactly, but quieted, the way an instrument is quieted before it's used. "Our concern is what happens between the letter and the ceremony." "Disruption?" "Disruption is too simple a word for what I have in mind." She moved to her desk. "A marriage like this only has power if it consolidates. If it's held together by more than proximity and feeling. The letter announces intent. Between intent and consummation there is a window." She sat. Began writing. "I intend to use it." "What kind of window, sir?" She looked up. "A legal one first. Then a political one. And if those fail—" She didn't finish the sentence in words. Her expression finished it. Hesse waited. "I want everything we have on the Kuja Pirates supply networks. Every allied island, every merchant contact, every route." A pause. "And I want the full file on the Straw Hat crew. I know it by heart, but I want it on my desk." Another pause, this one different. "I want the file on the incident at Mary Geos. The one they don't put in the public record." Hesse stiffened slightly. "The incident with the Celestial Dragon." "Yes," Crane said. "That one." She knew, because she was good at what she did and had been doing it for 30 years, that she was not going to touch the incident itself. There were limits. There were things you didn't use because using them was worse than what you were trying to prevent, and she knew those lines. She was not a monster. She was something more precise than that. But the incident told you things. About the Empress. About what was underneath the armor. About where, if you pressed in exactly the right way at exactly the right time, the composure would fracture. She was not going to press there. But she wanted to know where it was. On Amazon Lily, Nami had set up an operations table in the guest quarters with the natural inevitability of Nami encountering a situation that required navigation. She had a sea chart of the New World spread flat, with a smaller inset map of the seas around Amazon Lily, and she was marking things on it in 3 colors. Luffy was lying on a bench nearby, throwing an apple up and catching it, with the particular quality of attention he gave to listening, which was complete, even when it looked like he wasn't paying attention. He was paying attention. "Here's the problem," Nami said. She touched the map at several points. Amazon Lily's protection relied on the Shichibukai system. Without it, these 3 marine stations, she marked them, are in valid patrol range of the island sea lanes. That means supply ships coming from the east are exposed. Trade partners in this zone, she drew a wide circle, are going to get pressure to sever ties. And these 2 islands, she touched 2 points on the map, owe protection tribute to the island. If the Marines lean on them hard enough, they'll comply. They have to. Zoro, sitting on the floor near the wall sharpening a sword, said, "So the island gets economically starved while we deal with other things." "Yes. Classic Marine siege without an actual siege." Nami looked at the map. "The question is how fast we can establish new supply lines and whether we can anchor the political protection before the pressure starts." "The straw hat flag over Amazon Lily," Zoro said, "is not a formal protection instrument," Nami said. We're not a government. We can't sign treaties." "We could sail past it regularly," Luffy said. "You can't be here all the time." "I don't have to be here all the time." He caught the apple and sat up. "I just have to make it clear that coming after this island means coming after me. And people who've thought about coming after me generally don't follow through." He took a bite. "Most of them, anyway." Nami looked at him. He was, she thought, occasionally infuriating because he was correct in a way that circumvented all the careful logic of the problem. The deterrence wasn't the strategy. The deterrence was him. "There's still the legal side," she said. "If they reclassify the Kuja pirates, Nyan's handling the legal side," Hancock said. She had come in while they were talking, without noise, and she stood in the doorway of the room with her arms loose at her sides, not crossed, which Nami had learned was a distinction, looking at the map. "May I?" Hancock said. Nami stepped back from the table. Hancock came to the map and looked at it for about 15 seconds. Then she put one finger on it, at a point to the north of Amazon Lily's sea lane. "The supply route exposure is real, but it's overstated if you account for the weather patterns in this corridor. The Marines can't run consistent patrol here from October through February, the Calico storms. So the eastern supply lines are only genuinely at risk 6 months of the year." She moved her finger. "The tribute islands are more pressing. I've been expecting this." She looked at Nami. "You said they'll comply under pressure?" "You're right. But compliance takes time to formalize, and in that time there's a window for a personal visit that changes the calculus." "Personal visit," Nami said. "I have relationships with the governing councils of both islands. I have maintained those relationships specifically against this contingency." Something precise moved in her expression. "I visit both islands in the next 2 weeks. With my fleet. And with the 1,000 Sunny alongside." Nami looked at Luffy. He nodded once, because that was how he made decisions, not through calculation but through something faster and surer than calculation, a read of the thing that cut to the part that mattered. "That covers the tribute islands," Nami said. "The supply routes, the marine patrols, are a longer game," Hancock said. "Nyan is already moving the pieces for that." She stepped back from the table. "Your work is good. The analysis is accurate. I want you to keep watching it." Nami, who was not easily caught off guard, processed being complimented by Boa Hancock for exactly 1 second. Then she straightened her papers and said, "I'll keep watching it," with the professionalism of someone who was going to process her feelings about that later in private. The next 3 days had a rhythm to them that was something none of the Straw Hats had quite experienced before, not just making port somewhere, but actually operating inside another power's home territory. Amazon Lily was not a pit stop. It was a place with its own gravity, its own operations, its own daily current of activity, and they were moving inside it now rather than just passing through. The Kuja warriors had made a gradual, mostly unspoken accommodation of the Straw Hat crew's presence. There were exceptions: a warrior named Aphilandra, built like a wall and constitutionally opposed to the idea of men on the island, who watched them all from a distance with an expression of general suspicion that she applied equally, and without prejudice. There was a younger group of 3 warriors who had assigned themselves as an unofficial observation squad, watching the Straw Hats with the intense research focus of people trying to catalog something new. And there was a senior warrior named Ran who was apparently Hancock's tactical lieutenant, a woman with sharp eyes and short patience who within 48 hours had clocked Zoro as the crew's combat specialist and started finding things near him to sharpen things on. On the 3rd day, Zoro and Ran ended up sparring in the Eastern Training Ground. It was not formally organized. It happened the way things happen when 2 people who are both excellent at the same thing end up in the same space. First observation. Then proximity. Then one small motion, the adjustment of a stance, the shift of a grip, that served as an invitation. Luffy sat on the fence and watched and ate some fruit and was clearly having the best time. He offered commentary. Neither Zoro nor Ran paid him the slightest attention. Hancock appeared beside him on the fence after a few minutes, which took slightly more agility than the fence was designed for. She watched the sparring. "She's testing him," Hancock said. "He's letting her," Luffy said. "Sort of." Below them, Zoro took a strike on the forearm he could have avoided, reading the follow-through. Learning the pattern. "He gives away information early," Hancock said. "To collect more information in exchange. That's what he always does." Luffy ate his fruit. "He's like that. Looks like he's not paying attention, then suddenly he knows everything." She looked sideways at him. He was watching the sparring with uncomplicated enjoyment, no agenda, no strategic overlay. Just 2 people who were good at something, being good at it, and that was worth watching. "You trust your crew?" she said. "Of course. Not like you actually trust them. You don't double-check their decisions or reassess their loyalty." She paused. "Most captains don't do that. They're my crew," he said, as if that explained everything. And she supposed, for him, it did, that the decision to trust was the whole thing, not a continuing calculation. She looked back at the sparring. Ran had shifted her approach, found the edge of Zoro's patient information gathering, and threw something unexpected. He grinned and blocked it with his wrist, and the dynamic changed. "I want to ask you something," Hancock said. "Okay. The ceremony. What do you want it to be?" He looked at her. She was watching the sparring, not him, which meant this was slightly harder to say than she was letting on. "I don't have a lot of requirements," he said. "Something real. Not just official." He thought for a moment. "My crew should be there. Your people should be there." Another pause. "Shanks." She turned then. "Shanks. He was close to my brother. He's—" Luffy stopped, working through something. "He should see it. He'd want to." The way he said it, the pause before brother, the slight change in his voice, the way he pushed past it, told her everything about what it cost him. She had watched him carry that grief for as long as she'd known him, and he never put it down, but he also never stopped moving because of it. He carried it and moved anyway, and she thought now that that was maybe the most accurate thing about who he was, not that he wasn't hurt, but that he refused to let the hurt become the gravity. "Shanks," she said. "Okay. Will your sister stand with you?" "Yes." No hesitation. "And my warriors?" "Then it's easy." "Nothing about this is easy," she said. "All the important parts are easy." He looked at the sparring again. "We do it on Amazon Lily. Soon. Before whatever's coming gets here first." She was quiet. "You know something's coming." "There's always something coming." He shrugged. "We do it before it gets here, so that when it does get here, it's too late for it to matter." The thing with Luffy, she had learned, was that his grasp of timing was almost never wrong. Not because he calculated timelines, he didn't, or did so only crudely, but because he had an instinct for the shape of things, for when the moment to act was closing, that operated faster than reason and was reliable in a way reason wasn't always. She had been going to say they needed more time to prepare. She had been going to list the things that needed to be in place first. But looking at the sea from the fence of the training ground, she understood what he meant, that the window was the window, and the window was now, and the complications could come in after. How soon is soon? She asked. 10 days? He looked at her. How long does a wedding take to set up? On Amazon Lily, with my people? She thought about it. 7 days if we move. Let's move, he said. Below them, Ran had landed her first clean hit. Zoro laughed. A real one, short and pleased. Ran looked at him with an expression that was still mostly suspicion but had a new layer of professional respect underneath. Luffy jumped off the fence to go congratulate everyone, because that was what he did, and Hancock stayed where she was and watched him land in the middle of it, the immediate physical warmth of him, the way people oriented toward it without entirely meaning to, the way even Ran took one look and then decided to look somewhere else rather than admit anything. 7 days, then? The world could do its worst in 8. That evening, a Kuja courier returned from the relay point with 3 responses to Nyan's letters, faster than expected, which meant the letters had been expected. 2 of the Allied islands sent formal acknowledgement. 1 sent a diplomatic note of the kind that said everything about what it actually meant by saying very little directly, which Nyan read and set aside with the expression of someone cataloging an anticipated problem. The 3rd letter was unofficial and was not addressed to Nyan. It was addressed to Hancock, in an unmistakable hand, a looping, self-assured script that belonged to someone who'd been writing letters for 60 years and had never once doubted that their letters were worth writing. She read it in her chambers, standing by the window. It was from Silvers Rayleigh. He wrote, as he always did, like he was talking, conversationally, without ceremony, with a particular tone that was warm and sharp and occasionally maddening. Well, he wrote, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I watched that boy walk into things that should have killed him on nothing but will and want, and come out the other side grinning, and I always thought the scariest thing about him wasn't what he'd do to his enemies. It was what he'd do to himself and everyone around him when he found something he actually wanted to keep. You're the most powerful woman in the world, Hancock. I say that as someone who's met most of the competition. The only question that ever mattered was whether you'd find someone who knew it and wasn't afraid of it. He's not afraid of anything. Infuriating quality in a student. Rather magnificent quality in a husband. I'll be there. Tell me when. She folded the letter. Held it. Looked at the sea from her window. She had expected the political maneuvering. She had expected the marine response, and the careful navigation, and the weight of what this meant for her people. She had planned for all of it because planning was how she protected things. She had not entirely planned for the feeling of having someone in her corner who was not in her corner because it served them. Nyan was on her side because Nyan loved her in the way of people who have spent decades keeping you alive. Her sisters loved her with the specific devotion of survivors. Her warriors followed her because she was their empress and because she had earned it. Rayleigh was on her side because he'd seen the whole shape of it and thought it was right. And Luffy was on her side because he wanted to be. Because he had sat on a wall in the dark and said I don't want to be somewhere else, and meant it in the plain, direct, uncomplicated way he meant everything, with no architecture underneath it. She put the letter in the drawer by her window. 7 days. The preparations began the next morning and they were, like everything on Amazon Lily, conducted with the focused precision of a military operation that happened to involve flowers. The Kuja had a ceremonial tradition that predated the current generation by several centuries, a union ritual originally designed for 2 women, adapted over the generations to accommodate various configurations, because the Kuja were pragmatic about most things and romantic about a few specific things and had worked out over a long time how to honor both. The senior Kuja's ceremonial elder, A woman named Tora, who was approximately Nyan's age and twice as intimidating, arrived on the second day of preparation and immediately began having strong opinions about everything. She had strong opinions about the location. She had strong opinions about the flowers. An argument with Nyan about the specific variety of white serpent lily required lasted 40 minutes and was technically a draw. She had strong opinions about the structure of the vows, and very specific opinions about the presence of the Straw Hat crew, which she expressed not as objections but as logistical parameters that needed to be satisfied. Luffy was introduced to Tora on day 3 of preparations. He offered her his hand. She looked at it for a moment and then at him, and then at Hancock, with the particular expression of someone revising their assumptions. "He's shorter than I expected," she said. "He's not finished growing," Nyan said, which was probably true. "He seems cheerful." "He's always cheerful," Hancock said. "For a ceremony like this," Tora said, "that might be worse than being grim about it." She looked at Luffy again. "Can you be serious for an extended period?" "Depends what you mean by extended," Luffy said. "The ceremony is 40 minutes. He thought about it. "Probably." Tora looked at Hancock. "Probably," she repeated. "It will be fine," Hancock said in the tone that meant it was not up for discussion. It would, Tora decided, have to be. Sanji had been in a prolonged emotional state since the morning of the announcement that had expressed itself as the most extraordinary cooking output of his career. He had made things for breakfast, things for lunch, things as afternoon snacks that the Kuja warriors accepted with the wary appreciation of people who distrusted the motives of something very good. He had negotiated with the Kuja kitchen staff through the medium of food itself, presenting dishes, watching their reactions, adjusting, presenting again, until he had established a collaborative territory that was probably the most unlikely kitchen alliance in the New World. On the 4th day, he approached Hancock in the garden. He came to a stop at a respectful distance. He was holding a small plate. "For the wedding," he said. He was looking slightly to the left of her face, his usual accommodation when speaking directly to the most beautiful woman in the world. "I want to make the cake. I've been thinking about it for 4 days. He paused. "I want your permission and any preferences you have." Hancock looked at him. He was, under all the performance, genuinely asking. There was something in it, the sincerity of a person whose love language was food, asking to make something for an event he considered important. "Surprise me," she said. He looked at her then. The full look, for about 3 seconds, before he recovered himself. "I won't disappoint you," he said, with a conviction that bordered on sacred oath. She watched him walk back toward the kitchen, shoulders squared, with the particular intensity of a man who had been given a mission that mattered to him. "He's devoted to you," said a voice behind her. She turned. Robin was sitting on the garden bench with her book open on her lap, which meant she had probably been there the whole conversation. "He's devoted to the idea of me," Hancock said. "There's a difference." "Yes," Robin said. "But the thing he's devoted to, the idea, is mostly about your strength. Your autonomy. Your refusal to be less than what you are." She looked at her book. "He's not wrong to admire it. He just doesn't know you well enough yet to admire the real thing instead." A slight smile. "Luffy knows you well enough." Hancock sat down at the other end of the bench. She didn't know when she'd started doing that, sitting in the vicinity of Robin the way she did, the comfortable proximity of a woman who was not a threat and not a supplicant, just a person who said interesting things in a quiet voice and asked nothing in return. "You knew," Hancock said. "Before the announcement." "I suspected," Robin said. "For some time." "How long?" "Since Marineford." Robin turned a page. "Not that it would happen necessarily. But that it could." She looked up. "He went back for Ace. He would go back for anyone he loves. That quality, the going back, is rare. People who recognize it tend to fall toward it." She returned to the page. "You recognized it immediately." Hancock was quiet. Outside the garden wall the sea moved, and Amazon Lily continued its 7-day sprint toward a ceremony that was also, in some deeper way, a declaration of what this island was going to be in the new order of the world. On the 5th day, the Marine response to Nyan's letter arrived. It was delivered by a courier ship that stopped at the relay point and did not approach Amazon Lily itself, because whoever had sent it understood that approaching Amazon Lily without permission was an invitation to have your crew turned to stone. The letter was addressed to Nyan, formal, legal, cold. Nyan read it. Hancock stood behind her and read it over her shoulder. The letter was from a vice admiral, identified as Crane, H., countersigned by 2 Fleet Admiral administrative officers. It stated that the world government did not recognize the legal standing of the announced union as a diplomatic instrument, and was reviewing the status of the Kuja pirates under the current martial law provisions that had replaced the Shichibukai framework. It further stated that Amazon Lily's sovereign protections were under administrative review, and that during this review, any movement of the Kuja fleet beyond established patrol boundaries could be interpreted as hostile action. The letter was beautifully written. It was precise, legally coherent, and had exactly 2 implications. We can suffocate you slowly, and we are telling you this in advance so that you know we are doing it deliberately. Nyan read it twice. Turned it over to look at the back, which was blank, as it was meant to be. She's good, Nyan said. Who is Crane? Hancock asked. Vice Admiral Hiromi Crane. Marine Fort veteran. She's been in senior logistics and intelligence since the Whitebeard War. Nyan set the letter down. I've been watching her movement in the last week. She's been positioning assets in the sea lanes east of here. A pause. She's not impulsive. She plans. So do I, Hancock said. Yes. Nyan looked at her. The question is whose plan started first. Hancock looked at the letter. It was elegant, she thought, the kind of action that costs very little and gained information, because the response to the letter would tell Crane exactly what she was dealing with. An emotional response would be data. No response would be data. A measured legal counter would be data. She picked up the letter, walked to the window, held it over the lamp on the sill until it caught, held the burning paper until it was almost nothing, then let it go. Nyan watched the ash. Send a reply, Hancock said. State that the Kuja fleet observes its traditional patrol parameters and will continue to do so. Acknowledge the review. Express confidence it will resolve correctly. She looked at the window. Measured. Legal. Completely correct. She paused. And tell Rand to run 3 extra patrol circuits this week so that our fleet traffic is entirely visible and entirely normal and gives them nothing. Nyan was writing before the sentence was finished. Luffy appeared at the main door, which was a different experience from appearing at the window, more expected, somehow, even though nothing about him should have been predictable. He had Chopper with him, and they were both eating something, and he looked at Nyan's rapid writing and at Hancock's face, and his expression went through one of its lightning-fast assessments. Marines? He said. A letter, she said. It's handled. He looked at the ash on the sill. Was it rude? It was precisely calibrated to be exactly as threatening as possible without giving us any formal grounds to object. She turned from the window. Which is more concerning than rude? Who sent it? Vice Admiral Crane. He processed the name. Never fought her. I don't think she fights, Hancock said. I think she builds things until other people can't move. She looked at him. We're on the right timeline. 7 days still holds. He nodded. Then, because he was Luffy, is there anything I should do right now? Write to Shanks, she said. Tell him when. He grinned. Already did it this morning. She stared at him. How? I knew we were saying 7 days. That was 3 days ago. He shrugged. He'll come or he won't. He's Shanks. She looked at him for a long moment, this man who moved 3 steps ahead of every moment by simply not having the particular kind of hesitation that slowed other people down. Not boldness, exactly. More like the absence of a certain gear entirely, The gear that made you stop and ask whether you were sure. You already told Shanks, she said. Yep. Without, you said 7 days. He looked at her with completely innocent confidence. So I knew. She breathed through her nose in the way she did when she was holding something down that wasn't anger. Fine, she said. Fine? Don't be pleased with yourself. I'm not being pleased, you're being pleased. He grinned, because he was, slightly, and there wasn't much point in arguing with someone who could read him that clearly. 2 days before the ceremony, Rand reported 3 Marine scouting vessels in the outer patrol boundary. They did not approach. They did not engage. They sat at the edge of range and watched, and the Kuja patrols tracked them and reported back, and the watching continued. Crane was gathering information, establishing baseline, learning the pattern. Hancock stood on the cliff at the island's southern point and looked at the distant shapes on the horizon, 3 small points of white sail against the blue, and thought about what she knew about patience as a weapon. She had been patient for 15 years. She had waited and built and endured and moved at the speed that kept her people safe. She knew the shape of being watched. She had been watched since she was a child. She turned away from the horizon. Behind her, the island was full of the sounds of preparation, flowers, training, cooking, the ceremony elders' increasingly specific instructions carrying on the wind, and somewhere in the middle of it, audible even from the cliff, the sound of Luffy having an argument with someone about something that she was fairly sure involved either food or a training exercise, because those were the 2 things he argued about most. She listened to it for a moment. Then she went back down the cliff, back into the center of the island, back toward the sound of something being alive and loud and entirely unafraid of 3 white sails on the horizon. 4 days, she thought. And then let them watch. Chapter 3. The ceremony at the edge of the world. The morning of the 7th day came in sideways. Low cloud, fast wind off the southern sea, the kind of weather that felt like it was making a decision about whether to cooperate. It decided to cooperate. By mid-morning the clouds had pulled back to the horizon and left the sky over Amazon Lily a blue so clean it looked freshly made, the kind of blue that made everything beneath it look deliberate. The serpent lilies that the ceremony elder Torah had been arguing about for 6 days were open in the garden, white and precise along the stone path that led to the island's ceremonial ground, a flat terrace cut into the eastern cliff face, open to the sea on 3 sides, with the island rising green and ancient behind it. Hancock knew this terrace. She had been brought here as a child, newly returned from things she had not yet found words for, and Nyan had stood with her on it, and pointed at the ocean and said, "All of that is still there. Nothing that happened to you has moved the sea." She had come back to it at 17 when she took the title of Empress, stood on it alone at dawn and understood what it meant to be the thing between her people and everything that might come for them. She had not expected to stand on it for this. She stood at the mirror in her chambers while Sonia put the last of the pins in her hair with the focused care of someone performing a sacred duty, and Marigold sat cross-legged on the floor by the window doing something that was technically polishing a blade but was actually just having feelings while holding a blade. "You're not nervous," Sonia said. She said it with the particular gentle precision of someone checking, not accusing. "No," Hancock said. "Not at all. I didn't say not at all." She looked at herself in the mirror. "I said not nervous. Those are different." She had chosen white. Of course she had, because she was Boa Hancock and she understood the architecture of a moment, but not the white of convention. The Kuja ceremonial dress was its own tradition, a formal coat in deep white silk with the serpent embroidery that ran from collar to hem, the clan mark at the left shoulder. Her hair was up, the way she wore it for formal occasions, except that Sonia had done something at the back of it with the serpent lily that Torah had eventually accepted as correct. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought, "I am choosing this." That was the thing about it, actually. Not that it had happened to her, not that it had been arranged or required or politically expedient. She had looked at the full shape of it, the consequences, the weight, the complications, the genuine structural uncertainty of loving someone who ran at the world like a comet, and she had chosen it. It was the most powerful thing she had ever done, and it looked from the outside like a wedding, and that was fine. You look incredible, Marigold said from the floor. I'm aware, Hancock said. I'm also happy for you, Marigold said. In case that needed saying. Something moved in Hancock's expression. She let it. It needed saying. Sonia's hands stilled in her hair for a moment. Then she set the last pin and stepped back, and Hancock looked at both her sisters in the mirror, these two people who had been through every version of the world with her, who had survived alongside her and loved her through all of it, and she turned from the mirror and hugged them, one at a time, which was not a common occurrence, and which both sisters treated with the gravity it deserved. All right, she said when she stepped back. Let's go. Luffy had been awake since before dawn, which Chopper discovered when he came up from below decks and found him sitting on the bow of the Thousand Sunny watching the sky get light. Chopper had sat down next to him without asking, and they had watched the dawn come in together, and Luffy had said nothing for a long time, and Chopper understood that this was the particular kind of quiet that meant something important was happening inside the person, and he was very good, Chopper, at sitting with that. Eventually Luffy said, Chopper. Yeah? You think I'll be good at it? Chopper looked at him. At what? Being this. Married. He was looking at the water. Being someone's, I'm already a captain. I'm used to people depending on me. But this is different. Chopper thought about it seriously, because Luffy was being serious and Luffy wasn't often serious, and it mattered when he was. I think, Chopper said slowly, that you already do the important parts. You show up. You go toward people when they're in trouble. You don't make people feel like they have to be less than what they are. He paused. Hancock doesn't need you to take care of her. She needs you to be there. Like actually be there. And you're always actually there. Luffy looked at him. Something settled in his face. Yeah, he said. Yeah. Chopper agreed. They sat on the bow while the island woke up, and when the light was full Nami appeared behind them and said, in a voice that was entirely professional and only slightly softer than usual, Luffy. It's time to get ready. Zoro had found him a coat. Luffy did not know where Zoro had sourced a coat on Amazon Lily. He assumed Nami, or possibly trade with one of the supply ships that had come in 2 days ago, but it appeared on his bunk with no explanation, and it was a dark red that was close to the color of his vest, and it fit correctly, which meant someone had measured him while he was sleeping, probably Nami, definitely without asking him. He looked at it. He put it on over his usual wear. He kept the hat. There had been, briefly, a conversation about the hat. You could go without it, Nami had said. I won't, he said. Just for the ceremony, it's part of me, he said. Not defensively. Just plainly. Nami had looked at him for a moment. Then, okay. And that was the whole conversation, because she understood, as she understood most things about him, that this was not negotiable and also not strange. It was the hat that had shaped him, the hat that meant the thing the ceremony was also about, the commitment to a person and a road and a self that he'd been walking before he was old enough to know it. He was dressed with 20 minutes to spare and immediately used them to wander, because standing still when something important was about to happen was not in his register. He wandered the garden, found Sanji in the kitchen doing final preparation on the cake and looking like a man performing surgery, said something encouraging that Sanji accepted with the strained focus of someone in the deep end of something they cared about. He found Robin sitting near the ceremony terrace entrance, reading, because Robin brought a book to everything. Robin, he said. She looked up. Saw him in the coat, hat, the general composition of him. Her expression did the thing it did sometimes, a warmth in it, real and unperformed. You look right, she said. He grinned. Nami picked the coat. Nami has good judgment about you. He sat on the wall next to her. Are you? He stopped. Started again. You've seen a lot of things. Like really old things. Things people thought were important. He was working towards something. Do you think this is real? She asked. Important, he said. She looked at him. I think, she said carefully, that the things that last are not the ones that announce themselves as important. They're the ones that are simply true. And this is true. She went back to her book. So yes. I think it's important. He sat with that for a moment. Then he nodded, and jumped off the wall, and went to find the next thing to do until the ceremony started. Shanks arrived at 9 in the morning with the red-haired pirates flying their colors at full mast, which Luffy spotted from the cliff and immediately launched himself toward across the harbor before the ship had finished docking. Shanks caught him, laughing, the big warm laugh that was one of the sounds Luffy associated with something that had no clean name, something warm and slightly aching and entirely good, and they stood on the dock for a moment, and Shanks looked at him. You did it, Shanks said. I just asked, Luffy said. She said yes. You just... Shanks laughed again. Of course you did. He looked at the island, at the preparations visible even from the harbor. She's extraordinary, Luffy. I know, Luffy said. Simply. Shanks looked at him for a long moment, this boy who had been a boy and was now a man and was, somehow, still entirely himself, and something moved in his face, something private and complete, and he put his hand on Luffy's head the way he used to when Luffy was small. Not with the hat in between this time. Just his hand. Luffy didn't move away from it. Your brother would have had opinions, Shanks said. Loud ones, Luffy said. Extremely loud ones. Shanks dropped his hand. Grinned. He would have been obnoxious about it for weeks. Months, Luffy said. The word came out with the particular mix of grief and love that he carried for Ace, not heavy enough to stop him, not light enough to be casual. Just present, honest, real. Shanks clapped him on the shoulder. Let's go get you married then. Nyan received Shanks with the expression of someone who had known him as a young man and found the older version both better and worse in different measures, and she offered him tea, which was her gesture of approval, and he accepted it, which was his. The Kuja warriors received the red-haired pirates with approximately the same wariness they'd given the straw hats, and approximately the same gradual accommodation, which happened faster because several of Shanks' crew were women with genuine and evident combat credibility who the Kuja could respect professionally before they decided anything else. By 11, the terrace was ready. Tora had arranged the serpent lilies in the particular pattern she'd been insisting on, and she was right, Hancock noted, walking through it. They made the space feel like the island itself was present in it, not decorated but speaking. The terrace faced east over the sea, and the light at this hour came across it at the angle that made everything look like it had been placed there by decision. The Straw Hat crew had assembled at the east side, dressed as well as they dressed for things, Nami in something from her own wardrobe that she'd apparently been prepared for, Robin in dark blue, Chopper with a flower someone had put in his hat which he kept touching to make sure it was still there. Zoro's sword belt was on because it was always on, but his coat was clean. Usopp had clearly tried hard. The red-haired pirates stood to the west, big and weather-beaten and genuine, Shanks at the front with his arm and his grin and a presence that filled space without effort. The Kuja stood at the north, the formal position in their tradition, the witness position, hundreds of warriors in the particular quiet that was not passive but collected, the directed energy of people attending something sacred. Tora stood at the center of the terrace with the authority of someone who had been conducting important moments for 50 years and did not intend to let this one be less than what it should be. Luffy came in from the western path with Shanks beside him, and he walked with his usual walk, not performing anything, not performing ease or gravity, just moving the way he moved, which was forward, and he took his place at the center of the terrace and looked at the door. The door from the palace path was a stone arch with the serpent lily vine growing over it, and beyond it was the garden, and beyond that was the island, and when Hancock appeared in it, the sound from the Kuja was not applause. It was not a cheer. It was something more fundamental than either, a collective inhale, held, the sound of 300 women looking at their empress in this moment, and feeling the specific wordless thing you feel when someone you love is exactly where they should be. Nyan was beside her, because this was the Kuja tradition, the elder witness who confirmed that the Empress moved of her own will, freely, which was not a formality but a fact that was worth stating every time. Hancock walked through the arch and down the path, and she looked at Luffy. He was looking back at her. His face was doing the thing she'd thought about from the wall in the moonlight, not the grin, not the battle focus, but the steady warm thing, the full present thing, the look of someone who had found something they intended to keep. She reached him. They stood across from each other. Tora said, in the ancient Kuja formal language that Nyan translated quietly for the Straw Hats and the red-haired pirates. "We are the sea. We are the island. We are the storm that shapes both. Speak what you bring." This was the part Luffy had been told about in advance. He had listened with the focused attention he used for briefings, which was genuine, if brief, and had said he understood, which Tora had greeted with the skepticism it deserved. He spoke now. "I don't have a speech," he said. Not apologetically. Just factually. "I had things I was going to say but they sounded wrong when I practiced them, so I'm saying the real things instead." He looked at her. "You're the strongest person I know. Not just in a fight, in everything. The way you run at things. The way you protect your people and never let them see the cost." He paused. "I see the cost. I want to be the person who sees the cost, so you don't have to carry it alone." He stopped. Worked through the last part. "I will not make you smaller. I will not be somewhere else when it matters. And I will never, ever be afraid of you." He grinned. "That's it. That's what I have." Tora looked at him for a moment with an expression that had passed through skepticism and arrived somewhere different. Hancock held his eyes through all of it. When he finished, she was quiet for a beat, which was not hesitation, it was the pause of someone deciding how honest to be, and deciding on completely. "I have been afraid of this," she said. "The Kuja warriors were very still. Not of you, of this. Of choosing something. Of having something that could be taken." Her voice was exactly level, which meant it was costing something to keep it that way, and everyone present understood this. "I have spent 15 years building walls precise enough that nothing important could get through them. And then you walked through the door I'd forgotten I left open and you were..." She stopped. Breathed. "You were completely unafraid of me. You looked at me like I was the most interesting thing you'd ever seen, and that was new." Another pause. "I am choosing this. Not because it's strategic, not because it's safe, because you are real, and I am choosing real things." She held his gaze. "I will not follow behind you. I will sail beside you. And I will be the most difficult person you have ever known." "I know," he said. "And I trust you," she said. The words like the last wall going down. Which is the most remarkable thing I've ever said. Something on his face, warm and sure and entirely his. Tora's voice returned, in the formal cadence of the close of the ceremony, the Kuja words for two becoming parallel, two becoming a sea lane, two becoming a shared horizon that neither has to cross alone. The exchange was a cord of braided serpent vine, looped once around the joined hands, the Kuja symbol not of binding but of choosing to stay in the same current. When Tora completed the final words, the Kuja warriors made the sound they made, a sharp, collective, ceremonial cry that was also a war cry, because in their culture those were not separate things. Love and will were not separate things. Shanks put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loud enough to startle birds out of the garden. The red-haired pirates erupted. The Straw Hats. Nami had tears on her face she was not acknowledging. Chopper was crying openly and loudly. Robin was smiling. Zoro was expressionless except for the thing happening around his eyes. Sanji had actually sat down. Luffy pulled Hancock in and kissed her, which he had not received instruction about but managed with the same instinctive certainty he applied to everything, and she kissed him back with her hands on either side of his face and her eyes closed, and the sea was right there, all around them on 3 sides, enormous and moving and completely indifferent, and also the best possible witness. When they separated, the wind was doing something with her hair and his hat, and she looked at him with an expression that had no armor left in it at all. "Told you it would be fine," he said. She laughed. short and real and unguarded. "You're impossible. You keep saying that." "I intend to keep saying it forever," she said. "Now I have the time." The feast that followed was the best meal most of the people present had ever eaten in their lives, and Sanji spent 40 minutes receiving congratulations for the cake that he accepted with the humble intensity of a craftsman being correctly recognized. The afternoon was long and warm. People moved between the terrace and the garden and the harbor, and the tables set up along the cliff. The Kuja and the red-haired pirates found a common language in the medium of competitive eating and competitive boasting, which were actually not so different in practice. Nami and one of Shanks' navigators ended up sitting together over maps for 2 hours, which was the most natural thing possible for both of them. Ran and Shanks' first mate, a massive woman named Rhea, arm-wrestled twice and split the series and agreed to a tiebreaker that never happened because both of them got pulled into different conversations. Luffy ate approximately everything on the table, twice, and was deeply happy. Rayleigh arrived in the afternoon on a small vessel that drew into the harbor, as quietly as a man who was once called the Dark King of the Seas could manage anything. He came up the path to the terrace, old and enormous and entirely himself, and he found Hancock first. He didn't say the elaborate thing. He put his hand on her shoulder and looked at her with the particular look he'd been using on her since she was a child, the look that said, "I see what you've survived and I respect it, and it doesn't require comment," and she covered his hand with hers briefly, which was everything. Then he found Luffy, and he grabbed him by the top of the head and shook it, which Luffy protested loudly for about 4 seconds before hugging him, and Rayleigh laughed. "How's the hockey?" Rayleigh asked. "Getting better," Luffy said. "Conqueror's still messy. It's gotten cleaner. When you make a marine fleet fall over involuntarily, you can call it clean. Until then, I've done that on purpose," Rayleigh said. "Show me." "Now?" "Not now." He looked around at the feast, the people, the afternoon light over the ceremony terrace. "Later. I'll be here a few days." He looked at Hancock. "Unless I'm not welcome, you're welcome," she said. He smiled. It was a real smile, the kind he didn't use often because he'd seen enough of the world to have strong opinions about when smiling was warranted, and apparently this was. The sun was going down behind the island, throwing the ceremony terrace and the eastern sea into a particular long gold light, when the first patrol rider came in from the northern lookout point. She came at a run. The kind of run that had a specific quality, not emergency sprint but the ground-eating pace of a trained messenger delivering information that was urgent but not yet critical. She found Ran, who was in the garden, and said something in the Kuja tongue that Luffy couldn't follow but that Ran's expression translated immediately. He was on his feet from the table before Ran had turned around. Hancock was already standing, having caught the same signal. Ran came to them and spoke in the common tongue, concisely, the way she said everything. 7 marine warships. Full battle weight. Entering our outer patrol boundary from the northeast. They're not flying standard patrol colors. Hancock's expression did not change in any way that was visible. Her hands at her sides were still. "Formation?" she said. "The formation, speed standard, not approach speed." Rand paused. "They're not attacking. They're arriving." "Arriving," Luffy said. "Stopping at the boundary. Making themselves visible." Rand's eyes moved between them. "They're here to be seen." The feast had stilled. Not everyone had heard, but everyone had noticed the change in quality of the air, the way a celebration can turn on a current of information, the way people feel the shift before they know the content. Shanks was standing. Rayleigh was standing. Nami had already pulled out the chart. Luffy looked at Hancock. She was looking at the northern horizon, though it was too far to see the ships from the garden. Her face was doing the thing it did when she was processing something completely blank on the surface, moving fast underneath. "Crane," he said. "It's the right move," she said, almost to herself. "She can't attack us. Too much political exposure on a day with this many witnesses. But she can arrive. She can sit on the boundary and make a statement." The corner of her mouth moved slightly, not quite a smile. She's telling us she knows exactly when this was happening. She's telling us she has sources close enough to give her timing. Does that change anything? Luffy asked. No. Hancock turned from the northern horizon. Looked at the feast, the people, the terrace and the last of the light. Not a single thing. She looked at Ran. Log the vessels. Patrol as normal. Do not engage, do not adjust our formations, do not give them anything to report back as a reaction. She held Ran's gaze. They came to see a reaction. Give them nothing. Ran nodded and moved. Luffy watched Hancock turn back to the feast. She moved through the gathered people, stopping briefly to receive something from a Kuja warrior, exchanging a word with Tora, touching her sister Sonia's shoulder as she passed, and she did all of it with the same composure, the same ease, the same quality of being entirely present in the current moment rather than the one that was sitting 7 ships on the horizon. She came back to the table. Sat down. Picked up her cup. You're not going to tell everyone? Luffy said, sliding in beside her. Everyone who needs to know already knows. She looked at the table. The rest of them are at a celebration. It stays a celebration. He looked at her. At the complete steadiness of her. At the way she had taken a thing that was designed to destabilize and simply declined to be destabilized. Hancock, he said. Don't, she said. Don't what? Don't say whatever thing you're about to say that will make me. She stopped. Looked at her cup. Just don't. We're at a feast. He grinned. I was just going to say you're really good at this. She looked at him sideways. That's all? That's all. She breathed. Fine. Thank you. She looked back at the table. You handled the ceremony well. Tora thought I'd be a problem. Tora thinks everyone is a problem until proven otherwise. What was I proved? A pause. Sufficient, she said, with a slight elevation at the end that could, in a particular light, be a compliment. He laughed, and she shook her head, and Shanks appeared and dropped into the seat on Luffy's other side with a cup and the look of a man who wanted to say something and was deciding how. 7 ships? Shanks said quietly. Yeah, Luffy said. You could go out there, Shanks said. Be visible. They'd see you. They're not here for me, Luffy said. They're here to put something in Hancock's head. He looked at his cup. She already didn't let them. Shanks was quiet for a moment. Then he looked at Hancock across Luffy, and Hancock looked back at him, and something was exchanged in that look. 2 people who had both, in their different ways, spent a long time holding ground, recognizing the same quality in each other. You'll do, Shanks said. Thank you, she said, dry and clean. He laughed. Refilled his cup and Luffy's and raised his. To the most terrifying marriage in the New World, he said loudly enough for the table to hear. May everyone who's afraid of it have excellent reason. The table erupted. The 7 ships sat on the northern horizon as the sun went down, and the torches in the garden were lit, and the feast continued into the evening with the warm particular energy of people who have been through something real together, and are now eating well and talking about it. The sound of it, laughter, argument, the clink of cups, Chopper crying again for reasons that had shifted to happiness, the particular harmony of Kuja and red-haired and Straw Hat finding the ways they were the same, carried out over the water. Luffy climbed to the northern cliff in the dark, eventually, alone, because he wanted to see the ships. There they were, 7 points of lamplight on the black water, exactly as Ran had described, sitting at the boundary. Far enough to be technically outside provocation range. Close enough to be entirely clear. He stood on the cliff and looked at them. He was not afraid of them. He was not angry at them. He felt something more specific than either, a clear, full understanding of what they represented, which was not just the 7 ships but the decision behind them. Someone's patient, considered decision to come and sit here on this night and say, "We see you." He thought about what Hancock had said, that Crane didn't fight, she built things until other people couldn't move. He thought about that for a while, looking at the lights. Then he thought about the ceremony terrace, and what had been said on it, and what it meant that he meant all of it, completely, without any gap between saying and meaning. He'd been afraid of very few things in his life. He was not afraid now. But he felt the weight of it, the way the elder Nyan had said you should feel the weight, and he thought that was right. Some things should have weight. Not fear. Just weight. He looked at the 7 ships for another minute. I see you too, he said to the dark water. The ships stayed where they were. They would be gone by morning. Crane would not overplay the gesture into something that required a formal response. She was too smart for that. But she would be back. He came down from the cliff and went back to the feast, where Sonia was trying to teach Zoro a Kuja song he was absolutely refusing to learn on principle while somehow learning it, and Sanji had found his second wind on the emotional roller coaster of the day and was cooking something supplementary, and Hancock was at the center of it with the ease of a woman in her own home at her own celebration. Her composure intact and her eyes bright, and the serpent lily still in her hair. She saw him come in from the path. He crossed to her. Ships still there? She said. Yeah. They'll be gone by morning. Yes. She looked at the party. I know. He stood next to her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and they looked at the feast together. So, he said. So, she said. What comes next? She was quiet for a moment. Tomorrow, we deal with Crane's next move. The Tribute Islands. The supply network. The legal challenge to our status. She paused. Tonight. She looked at the feast. At her sisters, her warriors, his crew, Shanks laughing at something Rayleigh had said, all of it in the warm torchlight with the sea sounds behind it. Tonight this, he agreed. Later, Nyan found the 2 of them on the ceremony terrace in the late dark, sitting on the edge of the stone, feet over the cliff, looking at the sea. She stopped at the terrace entrance and looked at them. She had, she thought, been managing this island and this girl for 30 years. She had carried the weight of the knowledge she kept, what had happened to these 3 children, what the world had done to them, what it cost to survive it and stay standing. She had spent years building a wall of strategy and law and political calculation around Amazon Lily because a wall was what she knew how to build. And here was Boa Hancock, sitting on a cliff with her feet dangling, beside a man who did not know how to be afraid, looking at the ocean. Nyan had been so certain, for so long, that the world was a place you had to outmaneuver. She looked at the 2 of them and thought, or perhaps you just had to refuse to be less than yourself, loudly enough, for long enough, with the right person beside you. She turned and walked back to the feast, and she did not go back to the terrace, because some things deserved to be private. The 7 marine ships were still on the horizon, tiny in the dark. But on the cliff, the 2 most powerful people in the New World were looking at the ocean, and the ocean was very large, and the ships were very small, and the torches in the garden were warm, and the island had been here for centuries and would be here for centuries more, and it occurred to Nyan as she walked back toward the sound of the celebration that Vice Admiral Crane, for all her intelligence, might have badly underestimated something. She had measured the alliance. She had mapped the political structure. She had identified the leverage points, and the vulnerabilities and the windows. What she might not have measured, Nyan thought, was what it meant when 2 people looked at the same horizon and neither of them blinked. That was harder to plan against than anything else. That, in her experience, was what changed the world. Chapter 4. Honeymoon in Hell. They left Amazon Lily 4 days after the ceremony. The 7 ships had been gone by the second morning, as predicted, pulled back without incident, without formal communication, leaving nothing but the fact of their having been there. Which was the point. Crane wasn't wasting moves. She was making a record, building a file, establishing a pattern of presence that could be cited later in whatever legal or military framework she was constructing. Hancock had noted it, filed it, moved on. The departure itself was the kind of thing that happened when 2 fleets with 2 strong captains operated in close proximity, and both captains trusted their crews and didn't over-coordinate. The Thousand Sunny and the Perfume Femur left the harbor within 20 minutes of each other, fell into a natural parallel course heading northwest, and sailed together without anyone having called a meeting about it. Nyan stood on the dock and watched them go with her arms crossed and her pipe going and an expression that was entirely neutral except for the part underneath the neutral that wasn't. Sonia stood beside her. "She looks happy," Sonia said, watching the perfume steamer's stern disappearing around the northern headland. "She looks purposeful," Nyan said. "That's her version of happy. She smiled at him twice this morning. I'm aware." "Twice, Nyan. Actual smiles. Before noon. You can stop counting." Sonia was quiet for a moment. "Is it going to be okay? Really?" The old woman took a long pull on her pipe. The ships were small now, rounding the headland, and then they were gone. "Ask me in a year," she said. The plan, such as it was, and Luffy's plans were always such as they were, was to make the circuit of the 2 tribute islands first. Hancock's idea from the operations table solidified into something with a route and a timeline. The tribute islands sat roughly 8 hours' sail to the northeast of Amazon Lily, close enough to be in the island's traditional sphere, far enough to be vulnerable to marine pressure along the major sea lanes. The first island, Murray, was small and agricultural. It traded preserved goods and fresh water and had been paying tribute to Amazon Lily for 3 generations in exchange for protection that had always been implicit rather than enforced. The second, Callow, was a fishing settlement that also served as a relay point for courier ships working the eastern New World routes. They needed both. And both needed to see, visually and unambiguously, that the protection was still there and had, in fact, gotten considerably more emphatic. Luffy spent the first hour of the voyage on the figurehead, which was his preferred location for the first part of any journey, the wind in his face, the sea opening up ahead, the particular physical pleasure of moving through a large open space that had always been his most basic form of happiness. Hancock stood at the helm of the perfume steamer, which ran alongside the Sunny at about 60 meters, and she did not watch him, except occasionally. Nami had the Sunny's navigation running smooth, which meant Luffy had nothing to do for 8 hours except eat things and bother people, which he did with his usual systematic warmth. He bothered Usopp through a story trading session that escalated until neither of them was being even remotely truthful. He found Zoro asleep in 3 different locations over the course of the morning, and confirmed that they were all the same sleep, which was impressive. He sat with Robin for a while and she showed him more of the Amazon Lily history she'd been reading, this time about the ancient wars, the ones before the current era, when the island had been a contested territory and the first Kuja had held it by being effectively impossible to dislodge. "They were always like this?" Luffy said. "The Kuja?" "Yes." Robin turned a page. "It's in the geology, almost. The island is hard to approach, hard to hold, and very good at making invaders regret the attempt." She paused. "Rather like its current ruler." He grinned. "The interesting thing," Robin continued, "is that the island's history is mostly a history of things that tried to happen to it and failed. Invasions, colonial claims, administrative annexations. None of them took." She looked at him. "The consistent element across all those failures was that the Kuja never believed the thing trying to happen was inevitable." He thought about that. "Crane," he said. "I'm not thinking about anyone in particular," Robin said, with the small smile that meant she absolutely was. At midday the 2 ships crossed into the sea lane that ran northeast toward the Tribute Islands, and the character of the water changed, the deep clean blue of the open ocean giving way to the slightly greener, choppier water of the island approaches, where the seafloor was rising and the currents were doing interesting things. Luffy had crossed from the Sunny to the perfume steamer by stretching his arm to the rigging and swinging across, which he did whenever he wanted to and which the Kuja crew had stopped reacting to around day 2 of the original voyage. He dropped onto the middeck and Ran, who was running a patrol drill with 4 junior warriors, looked at him and then at her warriors and jerked her head, the wordless instruction to adjust the drill pattern to account for the unexpected obstacle, which was good training. He came up to the helm, where Hancock was. She was watching the sea ahead with the particular attention of a navigator who was also thinking about three other things simultaneously. She acknowledged him with a shift of attention, not turning, just becoming aware of him in the way she was always aware of him now, the quality of presence that had changed since the ceremony in a way she hadn't quite expected. He was the same. She was the same. But the space between them had a different texture. "Nami says there's a weather shift coming," he said. "From the east. Not bad, but it'll push the timeline on Murray by a couple hours." "I know," she said. "I saw it this morning." "She said you'd know?" She could have sent the message herself. She did. "I also came." Hancock looked at him sideways. He was looking at the horizon with his hand up, shading his eyes, hat pushed back, coat moving in the wind. He was not doing anything in particular. He was just here. "You don't have to be on this ship," she said. "I know. You could be on yours." "I know that too." She looked back at the sea. The wind was picking up slightly, the first edge of the eastern shift Nami had flagged. "You're going to do this," she said. "Do what?" "Be here. All the time. On my ship. In my operations. In the middle of everything. Is that a problem?" She thought about it honestly. "No," she said. "It's unfamiliar." She paused. "I've had my crew for years. I trust them. But they maintain a certain distance," he said. "Professional respect," she said. "That's what I said." "It is not what you said." But she wasn't irritated. She was something more complicated than irritated. She was adjusting, and adjustment was not her most comfortable state, and she was doing it anyway. "My crew does not come and stand next to me at the helm when I'm working. Does it bother you?" A pause. "Honest." "No," she said. "That's what's unfamiliar." He was quiet. "Then, I'll stay on my ship if you want." "I didn't say that." "But you can say it." "I know I can say it." She looked at him. "I just told you it doesn't bother me." "Okay," he said. "Okay," she said. They stood at the helm of the perfumed Femur while the eastern weather shift came in behind them, and the sea turned greener and choppier, and Ran finished her drill and ran another one, and the island of Murray appeared on the horizon right on schedule despite the weather, which was a testament to Hancock's navigation and annoyed Nami slightly because she liked being the only person who was always exactly right about timing. Murray was small the way old islands are small, not geographically minor but contained, self-aware, with a clear sense of its own edges. The harbor was good. The town that ran along the harbor front had the color-weathered look of a place that had been working consistently for a long time, houses painted in the faded practical palette of fishing communities, ochre, pale blue, the particular washed green of wood that had seen salt air for decades. The harbor master came out to meet them. He was a broad man in his 60s, with the careful manner of someone who had been receiving news of various geopolitical developments over the past 2 weeks, and was now looking at the physical reality of those developments in his harbor, and processing the gap between the two. He looked at the perfumed Femur. He looked at the thousand sunny flying straw hat colors. He looked at the two captains who had come down the gangplank side by side. His eyes went to Luffy's flag. He had, clearly, done the math. And the math said something specific about what agreeing to marine pressure to sever tribute ties would now cost. Hancock let him do the math completely before she spoke. She was good at that, the precise patience of letting a silence do the work that words would do less efficiently. "Harbor Master," she said. "Thank you for receiving us." "Empress." He bowed. Then looked at Luffy. "Captain Straw Hat." "Hey," Luffy said. The harbor master looked at them both for another moment. Then something in his posture resolved, not relieved exactly, but settled. Decided. "There have been visitors," he said. "Marine officers. 2 weeks ago and again last week." "I know," Hancock said. "What did they offer?" "Trade facilitation. The major sea lane designation through the Eastern Corridor that we've been requesting for 8 years. He met her eyes. And what did they ask in return? A formal statement of neutrality regarding Amazon Lily. He paused. And notification of fleet movements. Hancock's expression stayed entirely even. And you said? That we needed time to consider. He looked at the ships again. I'm done considering. Good, Hancock said. Come aboard. We'll discuss the sea lane designation ourselves. He blinked. You can. The sea lane designation requires endorsement from a recognized naval power. She held his gaze. You are looking at two of them. The meeting in the perfume steamer's main cabin lasted 90 minutes. Hancock handled the formal elements, the document language, the trade terms, the specific nature of what Murray's tribute relationship looked like going forward, which she reframed subtly and skillfully from protection payment to mutual defense alliance, which was legally different and politically stronger and cost Murray nothing extra while costing the Marine case against Amazon Lily considerably more. Luffy sat through most of it. He ate something one of the Kuja crew had brought without being asked, because they'd learned. He listened. He said almost nothing until the harbor master, a man named Dre, asked about the Eastern Corridor patrol situation, specifically the marine vessels that had been running aggressive intercepts of merchant ships in the past month. Luffy looked up from what he was eating. Which ships? Dre described them, frigate class, flying the colors of the East Kaido Station. Luffy listened with the focused attention he used for information that connected to something actionable. I know that station, he said. We passed it 3 months ago. They ran an intercept on us too. He looked at Dre. They won't run one on anything coming out of Murray after this. They'd have to explain to their admiral why they were interfering with a port operating under dual Yonko endorsement. He shrugged. That's a conversation they're not going to want to have. Dre looked at him. The harbor master had been doing the thing people did around Luffy, recalibrating, the way you recalibrated when you encountered something that operated at a different scale than you'd expected. The man was young, younger than Dre had assumed from the bounty posters. But there was a quality to him that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with the absolute absence of doubt. Right, Dre said. Right. Luffy agreed, and finished what he was eating. They left Murray in the late afternoon with the documentation signed and an understanding established that would survive marine pressure considerably better than the previous arrangement. The harbor master stood on the dock and watched them go with the expression of a man who had made a decision and felt the ground solidify under it. Calo was 4 hours northeast, and the weather from the east that Nami had flagged arrived properly around the 2nd hour, not dangerous, but real, the kind of sea state that required active sailing rather than passive progress. The perfume steamer handled it with the ease of a ship built for the new world. The Thousand Sunny handled it with Nami at the charts and Zoro on the rigging and the particular team efficiency that came from years of doing things together in bad conditions. Luffy was on the Sunny by then, because the weather made crossing between ships impractical, and he had, in the end, read Hancock's rhythm well enough to know that 3 hours at sea in working weather was her time, her ship, her crew, her relationship with the water that she'd built over years, and that was hers specifically. He didn't need to be in the middle of that. He sat on the Sunny's deck and watched the perfumed steamer running through the weather, the way it moved, precise and fast and slightly aggressive, like its captain, and thought about what the harbor master had said. The sea lane intercepts. The marine stations getting bolder. The pattern that Nami had mapped on the table in Amazon Lily. Crane was building something. And it wasn't just pressure. Pressure was the visible part. What Nyan had said, the quiet kind, the worst kind, that meant there was something underneath the pressure that they hadn't seen yet. He was thinking about this, not anxiously but with the focused consideration he gave to opponents before he understood them, when Nami appeared beside him. She had an expression he recognized, the one that meant she had information and was deciding how to present it. What? He said. Zoro picked up a den mushy signal, she said. Passive intercept, the way Robin set it up to run. Military frequency. What kind? Coordination signal. 2 stations, the East Kaido one and one I haven't placed yet. They were using the coded format, but... She paused. Robin broke it. He looked at her. Robin appeared from below decks with her reading look, which was different from her operational look, but the two were beginning to overlap. The signal coordinated a rendezvous, Robin said. 2 vessels. Not warships, private registry. The coordinates are. She showed him the chart in her hand. A point marked northeast of Callow. Callow's relay station, Luffy said. Yes, Robin said. The rendezvous is scheduled for early tomorrow morning. Before dawn. Before we get there, Nami said. We're running behind schedule because of the weather. Luffy was quiet. The ship moved under them. He looked at the marked coordinates on the chart, the relay point north of Callow, where the courier ships came through, where the Eastern New World's information traffic moved. What's at the relay point? He asked. Messenger infrastructure, Robin said. Den mushy relays, signal towers. And the people who run them. She looked at him steadily. If someone wanted to intercept communications between Amazon Lily and its allies, specifically communications involving the new alliance, the relay station is where you'd start. He understood the shape of it now. Not an attack. Not a military action. Something quieter. Corrupt the information network first. Control what Amazon Lily's allies hear. Create confusion, manufactured crises, misunderstandings that erode the alliance from the inside while the legal and military pressure worked from the outside. He stood up. Nami, he said. Already adjusting the route. She was at the charts before he finished saying her name. He crossed to the rail and looked toward the perfume femur, running parallel through the weather 60 meters off. He could see Hancock at the helm, a clear silhouette against the gray-green sky, entirely still in the moving weather, the particular composure of someone who was in their element. He stretched his arm across the gap, caught the femur's forward rigging, swung across. Rand saw him coming and stepped aside from the landing point with the practiced ease of someone who had stopped being surprised by this and started incorporating it into spatial planning. He landed on the middeck and went directly to the helm. Hancock saw him cross. When he reached her, she was already looking at him with the question already in her expression, not alarm, but assessment. She had read the change in his posture from 60 meters away. He told her what Robin had found. She listened without interrupting, which was her way, complete attention, processing as he spoke, so that when he finished she wasn't starting from the beginning. The relay station on Callow, she said. Yeah. I've used that relay for 4 years. Every communication between Amazon Lily and the Eastern Allies goes through it. She was still. If it's been compromised, it might not be compromised yet. The rendezvous is tomorrow morning. Then we get there first, she said. Yeah. She looked at him. Then at the weather. Then at the horizon. Ran, she said without raising her voice. Ran appeared at her shoulder. Empress. All sails. Full speed. We're changing the ETA on Callow. Weather's against. I know the weather, Ran. A beat. Yes, Empress. The perfume femur leaned into the weather and the Thousand Sunny matched it, both ships pushing through the gray sea with the purposeful speed of vessels whose captains had decided that arriving mattered more than comfort. Callow came up on the horizon at midnight. It was a darker shape against the dark sky, distinguished by the lights of the harbor settlement, and, higher up on the northeastern headland, the red signal light of the relay tower. Luffy spotted it from the Sunny's bow, and the sight of it, still lit, still running, not yet touched, settled something. They came into the harbor quietly. No colors flying, which was a calculated choice Hancock made without announcement, just dropping the formal flags and coming in as 2 ships making port in bad weather, unremarkable. The harbor at Callow at midnight was mostly empty. 1 fishing boat. A small cargo vessel already tied off and dark. The dockmaster's shed was lit. Hancock sent a 4-person Kuja team to the relay station on the headland with instructions that were precise and took approximately 45 seconds to deliver, after which the team disappeared into the dark at a pace that made it clear they'd been moving through difficult terrain in the dark for most of their professional lives. Luffy, Zoro, and Hancock went to the western side of the harbor. This was where the private registry vessels would come in. There was a secondary mooring point there, smaller, less visible from the main harbor, the kind of spot that had been quietly useful for quiet business for a long time. Zoro was relaxed in the particular way he was relaxed before things, loose in the shoulders, one hand nowhere near his swords because he didn't need to reach for them. Hancock moved through the dark quietly, which was something she did that Luffy found genuinely interesting every time. She was a large physical presence, all coat and height and bearing, but she could move through darkness like weather if she chose. Luffy walked between them and didn't bother being quiet because he wasn't worried about anyone hearing him coming. They reached the secondary mooring point. It was empty. The water was still here, in the lee of a stone breakwater, and it reflected the signal light from the headland in long red lines. Zoro leaned against the breakwater. "Early," he said. "Few hours," Luffy said. "We waiting?" "Yeah." Zoro shrugged and found a comfortable angle against the stone. Hancock stood at the edge of the mooring, looking at the water. Luffy sat on the breakwater itself, legs dangling over the water side, looking at the harbor. "Tell me about this woman," he said. "Crane." Hancock was quiet for a moment. "What Nyan told me. What the letter suggested." She thought. "She's been in senior marine intelligence for at least 15 years. She was at Marineford. She's in the public record as part of the coordinating staff, which means she was close to the operational center. She would have watched Whitebird fall. Watched the whole order of the world shift." She paused. "She's not motivated by ambition. She's motivated by the belief that the structure she maintains is necessary. She thinks she's right." Luffy said. "She is right," Hancock said, "from a certain perspective. An alliance between a Yonko and the Pirate Empress does change the balance. It does create a new gravity in the new world that the government can't easily predict or control." She looked at the water. "She's not wrong that it's significant. She's just wrong about what to do about it," Luffy said. "She would say we're wrong about what to do about it. We're not doing anything except existing," Luffy said. "Yes," Hancock said. "That's what she can't accept." Something dry in her voice. "The government has never found a way to make Straw Hat Luffy stop existing, and the strategies that come closest tend to end very badly for the people who try them." Zoro made a sound from his position against the wall. An approving sound, which from Zoro was actually something. They waited. The harbor settled into its midnight quiet. The weather was easing off, the east wind dropping, and the sea in the harbor was starting to calm. The signal light on the headland continued its regular pulse. The Kuja team came back from the relay station at around 2 in the morning. The team leader, a tall warrior named Voss who had an economy of expression that reminded Luffy of Zoro, gave Hancock a brief report. The relay station was intact. The operator, a man named Tu who had been running the station for 7 years, was cooperative. Cooperative being defined as having been woken from sleep by 4 armed Kuja warriors and choosing immediately to be completely transparent. He had received a message 3 days ago from an official marine communication, instructing him to compile records of all communications traffic through the relay in the past 6 months and to provide access to a private party who would arrive before dawn tomorrow. The message had used a legal instrument, a government administrative order, that made it formally valid. Tu had complied with the record-keeping request because he didn't have grounds to refuse it. He had told no one because the message specified discretion. He was, Voss reported, quite genuinely frightened, which Voss found reasonable given the circumstances. "The records," Hancock said. "Copied and secured," Voss said. "The originals are where they were. Tu has been instructed about what to say when the party arrives." Hancock nodded. She looked at Luffy. "So the party arrives in the morning," he said, "gets access, and Tu hands them records that we've already seen and that have already told us exactly what Crane's been looking at." He thought for a moment. "Do we take the party when they arrive?" "That would tell Crane we found the operation," Hancock said. "And she'd adjust. You want her to think it worked." I want her to continue operating on information that we control. She looked at the harbor. We let the party arrive. We let them take the records they came for. We let them go. A pause. And then we know exactly what she's looking at and exactly what she thinks she knows. Luffy thought about it. And then? And then I know her move before she makes it. Something in Hancock's voice that was purely professional, the particular cold clarity of someone very good at a complicated game who had just found the information they needed. She's been building a case. Legal, procedural, administrative. The communications records will give her a timeline of Amazon Lily's alliances, our response patterns, the gaps in our coverage. She paused. Let her have them. Zoro looked at her from his position against the wall. You already know what she's going to do with them. I have a strong idea, Hancock said. Which is? Luffy said. She's going to file a formal reclassification petition with the World Government's Civilian Council. It'll cite the new alliance as evidence of destabilizing intent, use the communications patterns to argue we've been coordinating military positioning, which we have been, but the framing will make it look threatening rather than defensive. She looked at him. A reclassification petition goes to the civilian oversight body, not the military command. It's slower. It's public. And it's very hard to fight directly because fighting it directly looks like we have something to hide. How do you fight it indirectly? Luffy asked. She looked at him with an expression that was almost amused. We've been fighting it indirectly for 2 weeks, she said. Murray. Callow. Nyan's letters. The ceremony with those witnesses. She paused. Every allied island we confirm before she files the petition is one more counter-argument already on the record. Luffy nodded. Then, is there more? She looked at him. You're holding something, he said. Back of your voice. She was quiet for a moment, the particular quality of quiet that meant he'd found the real thing. The communications records include personal correspondence, she said. Between Amazon Lily and Rayleigh. Some between Amazon Lily and the Revolutionary Army's eastern contacts. A pause. And one conversation between myself and an individual in Mariewa. She did not look away from him when she said it. Someone I've spoken to confidentially for years. Who has helped, who provided intelligence about marine movements in exchange for a source inside the government, Luffy said. Yes. And if Crane finds that, she will find it, Hancock said. The record is there. I couldn't remove it without making it obvious that the records had been altered. She breathed. That source will be exposed. And they will be in significant danger. Luffy looked at her. She was holding this without showing it as the weight it was, which meant it was heavier than it looked. Who is it? He said. She shook her head slightly. The fewer people who know, Hancock. The way he said her name, just her name, the whole weight of it, the whole statement of I am here and I want to know the real thing, did what it always did. Dismantled something she'd been holding up. A celestial dragon, she said. Quietly. A young one. Someone who reached out to me 10 years ago. Who had seen what was done to me and to others and who. She stopped. The details don't matter. What matters is that they helped us. And now they're exposed. Luffy said nothing for a moment. The harbor water moved. The signal light pulsed. Somewhere a rope was creaking against a dock cleat in the quiet sea. Okay, he said. She looked at him. Okay. We deal with it. After the party takes the records and goes. He stood up from the breakwater. First, let the operation run. Then your source. We find a way to move them before Crane can use the information. We can't extract someone from Mariewa and Rayleigh can, he said. Or someone who knows Mariewa better than anyone should. He was already thinking about it with the particular forward lean of his mind, the way he moved through problems by already being on the other side of them. Or I can. You cannot go to Mariewa, she said flatly. I've been there before. That was. She stopped. Looked at him. That was different. Not really. You punched a celestial dragon. He deserved it. Luffy, Hancock. He looked at her steadily. I'm not saying I go tomorrow. I'm saying we have options. We have time between Crane finding the records and Crane acting on them. He paused. How much time? She thought. The party takes the records tonight. They travel back to Crane's position, 2 days minimum. She reviews them, identifies the source, begins the action against them. She worked through the timeline with the focused precision she brought to everything. 5 days. Maybe 6. That's enough, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. In the dark, with the harbor quiet around them, she was looking at someone who had just heard that the enemy had a leverage point and had immediately, without panic, started calculating how to remove it. Not for strategy. For a person. You don't know this person, she said. You do, he said. That's enough. She held his gaze. Something moved in her face, a recognition, private and complete. I'll contact Rayleigh, she said. Good. Before anything else could be said, Voss appeared at the corner of the breakwater. Ships, she said. 2 words, complete information. 2 vessels coming around the northern headland, running dark, no lamps, no colors. Private registry, exactly as Robin had predicted. They went still. Hancock moved back into the shadow of the breakwater with a natural fluidity. Luffy stayed exactly where he was, in the open, which was both his preference and something that genuinely concerned no one, because Luffy visible in a harbor at night was simply Luffy visible in a harbor at night, which described approximately half of his time. The 2 vessels came in quietly. They were small, fast courier design, the kind you hired when you needed discretion and speed rather than capacity. 4 people on the first vessel, 3 on the second. Civilian clothes, but the way they moved between dock cleat and gangplank was not civilian. Former Marines, or current ones in non-uniform. Professional. They didn't look at Luffy, which was interesting. They had clearly been briefed to perform complete normalcy, to not look at things that were unusual, because looking acknowledged them. One of them glanced at him once, the involuntary glance, and then away. They went up the path toward the relay station. Luffy watched them go. Rand came to the Kuja team's position. They'd been shadowing the path from the headland, and looked at him. He shook his head once. Let them go. Let them take what they came for. Let them carry it back to the woman who had sent them, so that she could build her case on information that was now being watched. He turned back to Hancock, who was coming out of the breakwater shadow. Clean, Voss said. They saw nothing unusual. Good, Hancock said. She looked at Luffy. You understand that I don't do this. Do what? Let things happen that I could stop. Her voice was precise. Every instinct I have says to take those people right now and remove the problem at the source. I know. I'm choosing not to because your logic is correct. I know that too. She looked at the path where the operatives had gone. I don't like it. You don't have to like it, he said. You just have to be right, and you are. She breathed through her nose. Then she nodded once, settled it, moved on, the internal version of what she'd done with the burning letter. They went back to the ships. Kalos' actual business, the governor, the harbor council, the formal confirmation of the Tribute Alliance, happened in the morning hours with the same texture as Murray, Hancock moving through the formal elements with precise skill, Luffy present and visible and adding the particular weight of his presence without needing to deploy it as a threat. The callow governor, a woman named Shara with sharp eyes and the wary competence of someone who had been managing a strategically important small island alone for years, shook Hancock's hand with the relief of someone who had been waiting for ground to stand on. The marine pressure, Shara said over the formal meeting table. Will continue, Hancock said. But you have grounds now that you didn't have before. If they cite you, cite us back. If they make formal demands, forward them to Nyan. She paused. And if anything that feels irregular happens, anything that doesn't follow the usual channels, send immediate word to the perfume femur directly. Shara looked at Luffy. And Captain Straw Hat. If I sent word to you, send it to Nami, Luffy said. She always knows where we are. Shara looked at Nami, who nodded with the professional brevity of someone who was used to being the actual operational backbone of an enterprise. Correct, Nami said. They left Callow in the early afternoon, the Thousand Sunny and the Perfume Femur together, heading back southwest into the open new world. The weather had cleared entirely, the eastern shift had run through and left a clean sky, the particular washed blue that came after weather, and the sea was running long and easy. Luffy was on the Sunny's bow again. He was thinking. Nami came up beside him. She leaned on the rail and looked at the sea. You know she's going to escalate, Nami said. Yeah. The relay station, the tribute islands, she's going to register that her opening moves didn't work and she's going to do something bigger. Yeah, he said. That's what I'm thinking about. What do you think it'll be? He was quiet for a while. The sea ran past them. The Perfume Femur moved alongside, steady and familiar. Something personal, he said. She's been working the outside, the legal stuff, the supply lines, the political pressure. All of that is about the alliance. He paused. But she also read the communications records. Which means she read personal correspondence. She knows what the alliance is built on. Not just strategy. Nami looked at him. She was thinking the same thing he was, he could see it, she'd gotten there a step ahead, which was normal. She'll go after one of you directly, Nami said. Try to break it at the personal level. Yeah. Which one? He was looking at the Perfume Femur. At Hancock's silhouette at the helm, clear against the clean sky. She'll go after Hancock, he said. Because on paper, Hancock is the one with more to lose. The island. The people. The history. He paused. She doesn't know Hancock yet. And when she figures out going after Hancock directly doesn't work. He turned his head and looked at Nami. Then she'll go after someone near Hancock, he said. To make Hancock come to her. Nami held his gaze. Like who? He looked back at the sea. Like me, he said. The sun was bright on the water. The Perfume Femur sailed 60 meters off, with his wife at the helm and her warriors on the deck and the serpent lily colors flying at the top of the mast, and somewhere several days' sail away a vice-admiral was reading communications records and building towards something that he could feel the shape of without being able to see the whole thing yet. He was not afraid of it. But he felt the weight of it. He'd promised himself he'd feel the weight of things. He was still feeling it when Robin appeared beside him, closed her book on her thumb to keep the page, and said in her quiet, precise voice, Or she'll use someone neither of you can easily reach. He looked at her. The source in Mariejoa, Robin said. The one in the records. He stared at the horizon. Yeah, he said. That. The Sunny and the Femur ran southwest under the clean sky, toward the open new world, toward whatever Crane had decided to build next, and the sea was enormous around them and entirely indifferent to the direction this was heading. But they were moving faster than she expected. He intended to keep it that way. Chapter 5, What Love Costs. 3 days out from Callow, Rayleigh's reply came back through a relay Hancock trusted, not the compromised one on Callow's headland but an older channel, a courier network that predated the Den Mushy infrastructure entirely and still worked precisely because no one thought to monitor it anymore. The letter was short. The person you're describing is already known to me. Has been for some time. I won't say more in writing. Tell the boy to stop worrying and focus on what's in front of him. I'll handle Mariejoa. Our Hancock read it once and passed it to Luffy. He read it twice, slower, because his reading pace was what it was, and then set it down with something releasing in his shoulders. He already knew, Luffy said. Rayleigh has always known more than he says, Hancock said. It's his most useful quality and his most infuriating one. Good though. Yes. She folded the letter. One problem removed from the timeline. Which left the problem that was still on the timeline, unremoved, and getting closer. Nami had been tracking marine signal traffic through Robin's passive intercept system every morning for 4 days, and what she was tracking had a pattern to it that she'd mapped on her chart with thin lines and arrival windows and a particular expression she wore for situations that were definitively going in a direction she didn't like. The East Kaido station was quiet. The second station, the one they hadn't placed yet, had gone quiet too. When things that were doing something go quiet, Nami had explained to Luffy, it didn't mean they'd stopped. It meant they'd gone somewhere the intercept couldn't reach. Which means a ship, Luffy said. Several ships, Nami said. Moving without standard communications protocols, which is unusual and expensive, and you only do it when you're absolutely certain you don't want to be tracked. Where? She looked at her chart. I don't know yet. That's the problem. She paused. They went dark 4 days ago. Around the same time the Callow operatives would have gotten back to Crane. So she'd reviewed the records. She'd moved. She was in the field now, or her operation was, and it was silent, and they didn't know where it was going. Luffy had stood with his hands on the chart table, looking at Nami's lines, and done the thing he did, not calculation, but the faster thing, the reading of a shape before you understood all its details. She's not coming for us, he said. Not directly. She knows what happens when you come at us directly. Then where is she going? Nami said. He looked at the chart. At Amazon Lily, at the 2 tribute islands, at the Sea Lane network, at the empty space between all of it. Amazon Lily, he said. Nami went still. We're not there, he said. Shanks is gone. Rayleigh is moving on Mariewa. The island has the Kuja and Nyan, but it doesn't have. He paused. It doesn't have you, Nami said. Or Hancock. He looked at her. That's the opening. That's what she's been building toward. Not a legal move. A physical one. Hit the island while the thing protecting the island is somewhere else. He'd gone straight to Hancock. She had heard him out in the precise silence she used for things that mattered, standing at the femur's helm, her hands still, her eyes on him. When he finished she said, How far behind are we? Nami says the signal went dark 4 days ago. Moving at marine standard speed from the East Kaido station, they'd be approaching the Amazon Lily approach corridor now. Maybe already in it. He held her gaze. We're 2 days behind. She looked at him. He looked back. Neither of them said the obvious thing, which was that 2 days behind in this part of the ocean, against an operation that had been in motion for 4 days, with an opponent who planned carefully and moved precisely, was a significant gap. Ran, she said. Ran was there before the name finished. Empress. Signal Amazon Lily. Direct channel, highest priority. She was already moving from the helm. Tell Nyan, incoming. Unknown force, marine-backed. Full defensive posture. Evacuate non-combatants to the southern caves. All Kuja to battle stations. Ran moved. Hancock turned to Luffy. What speed can the Sunny make? Nami can push her to full. He was already calculating. If we run both ships at full speed, I'll push the femur. She said. She's faster than the Sunny at full sail. Then you get there first, he said. You'll be behind me, she said. Not a problem. A fact. Don't be far behind. I won't, he said. They'd been moving since. Both ships running as hard as they could, and still the math was the math. They were 2 days behind, and 2 days was a very long time in a battle. The signal got through to Amazon Lily. Nyan acknowledged. 5 words back through the channel, we hear you. Already ready. Which told them Nyan had seen the shape of this coming before they had, which Luffy found both reassuring and entirely consistent. The second day came up clear and fast. Luffy spent most of it doing what he always did when he was closing towards something, not worrying, but preparing, which for him meant being completely physically present in his own body, moving, eating, sleeping when he could, letting the haki settle into its natural state rather than building toward anything. He had learned, over years of battles he'd had no business surviving, that arriving tense was the same as arriving at half capacity. You went in clear or you went in wrong. He sparred with Zoro for an hour in the afternoon, real sparring, not maintenance, the kind that had weight and speed and occasional hockey and that had its own conversation running entirely through action rather than words. At one point Zoro found an angle that genuinely required Luffy to move, and he moved, and Zoro watched the movement, and said nothing but nodded once, and that exchange contained more information than most people traded in a week. He ate. He sat with Chopper for a while, and Chopper cleaned the scrape on his forearm from the sparring without making a production of it, which was its own kind of care. He stood at the stern and looked at the perfumed femur running hard behind them. They'd switched positions when Nami confirmed the femur was actually fractionally faster on this point of sail, so now the femur was leading and the Sunny was pacing it, and he watched Hancock's ship with the particular attention of someone checking on something they'd decided not to worry about and were checking on anyway. She was fine. The femur was running clean. He could see the snake and bow colors at the top of the mast and the particular efficiency of her crew in the rigging. She was fine, and he trusted her completely, and he was checking on her anyway, because that was apparently what it meant to have someone. The island appeared on the horizon the following morning at dawn. From 2 hours out they could already see the smoke. Not billowing, not the catastrophic smoke of a burning town, but signal smoke, deliberate, the controlled burn the Kuji used for long-range communication when Den mushy channels were compromised. 3 columns, short intervals. The specific pattern meant, we are holding. Took hits. Still standing. Luffy breathed out slowly. Still standing. Hancock had the femur at full sail and she was not slowing down for the approach. He stretched his arm to the femur's rigging and swung across before anyone could suggest a more sensible method. She was at the bow when he landed, not the helm. She'd handed off navigation to her first officer for the approach, which meant she was done with navigation and was in a different mode entirely. She was looking at the smoke signals with an expression that had nothing diplomatic in it. Just direct, unfiltered, the face underneath the composure, the one that cared about people and showed it when the people were her people and they were hurt. He stood beside her. He didn't say anything. He looked at the smoke signals too. 3 columns, she said. Holding. Yeah. They took hits. Her voice was flat. She struck while we were away. She knew we'd get back, he said. She didn't come to win. She came to make a point. What point? That she can reach you. He paused. Through us or around us. Either way. He looked at her. What does she expect you to do? Hancock looked at the smoke. React emotionally. Abandon the current strategy in favor of direct response. Come after her in a way that looks aggressive, that plays into the reclassification case. She was thinking it through, he could see it, running the analysis even now, even with the smoke from her island on the horizon and whatever had happened to her people sitting in the bottom of her chest. She wants me angry and undisciplined. But she also knows your island is still standing, Luffy said. Which means she calibrated exactly how hard to hit. Hard enough to hurt. Not hard enough to destroy. Because destroying Amazon Lily is a war crime against a sovereign territory, and even she can't paper that over, Hancock said. But a punitive strike against a reclassified pirate organization? She stopped. Isn't, Luffy said. Isn't, she agreed. The island grew larger on the horizon. The smoke signals continued their message. Luffy watched the shape of Amazon Lily emerging from the morning haze, the cliffs, the green, the harbor, and felt the particular quiet cold thing that happened in him when people he cared about had been hurt. Not hot anger. Something colder. More certain. The harbor was operational. Damaged. He could see the broken stone of the outer breakwater, the marks on 2 of the moored Kuja vessels, but functional. Kuja warriors were everywhere on the dock, efficient and armed, with the contained energy of a military force that had fought and won and was currently managing its wounded. Nyan was on the dock. She looked, at first glance, unchanged, small and old and smoking her pipe with the expression of someone who had been absolutely right about something and took no pleasure in it. At second glance, her left arm was in a sling. A clean wrapping, professional, already dry. She'd been hurt, and she'd had it wrapped and moved on. Hancock came off the gangplank and went to Nyan directly. She didn't run, Boa Hancock didn't run, but she moved with a speed and directness that bypassed everything else. She stopped in front of Nyan. Looked at the arm. "It's fine," Nyan said. "What happened?" "A Marine lieutenant had good aim. The bone is intact." Rance healers confirmed it. She took the pipe out of her mouth. "4 wounded. No deaths. The breakwater took the worst of it." She looked at Hancock steadily. "We held." "You held," Hancock said. "We always hold." The old woman's voice was dry and precise. "What kind of island do you think I've been running while you were away?" Something crossed Hancock's face, the private version of relief, the one she didn't usually let be visible, which she let be visible now. She put her hand briefly on Nyan's good shoulder. Nyan allowed it, which was itself a statement. Luffy was behind her. He looked at the damage, the breakwater, the ships, the marks on the cliff face where something heavy had hit it, and read the story of it. A strike force, not a fleet. Fast attack in and out. Professional, targeted. Designed to demonstrate capability without triggering a full war. "How many ships?" he said. 6, Nyan said. "Not warships, modified merchant hulls. No formal colors. Deniable." She looked at him. She was careful. "This isn't attributable in any court that would hear the case. But we know," he said. "We know. And she knows we know." Nyan looked between the two of them. "Which is the point? It's not evidence. It's communication." Luffy looked at the damaged breakwater. He was quiet for a moment. "I want to see the wounded," Hancock said. They went to the healer's compound, a long low building on the island's eastern side, open-walled in the island style, with the morning light coming through clean and direct. 4 Kuja warriors, in various states of injury. A splintered arm. A head wound, neatly dressed. 2 torso injuries, 1 serious. A warrior named Poda, older, a combat veteran, who was awake and furious about being in a bed. Hancock moved through the room the way she moved through her island, as if she owned it, which she did, but more specifically as if every person in it was her responsibility, which they were, and she knew it down to her bones. She spoke to each warrior. She was not soft about it, she didn't do soft the way some people understood it, but she was present in a way that was its own kind of softness, the presence of someone who cared enough to be there rather than to simply send a message. With Poda she stayed longest. The warrior was arguing, quietly and with evident pain, that she should be released to active duty. "You have a punctured muscle in your left side," Hancock said. "It's a small puncture," Poda said. "It is not a small, I've had worse." "You have not had worse, and also you're lying to me, which I find interesting." Poda looked at her. Something in her face, the old warrior, the stubbornness, and under it the look of someone who had been hurt on their own island while their empress was away and felt the particular anger of that. "They came here," she said. "They came to our island and hid it." "I know," Hancock said. "We need to, I know," Hancock said again. The same voice, same weight. Not dismissing. Holding it. "Rest until the healer clears you. Then we deal with it." She stood, and she looked at the room, all of it, all 4 of them, the morning light on the white walls, and she said, "You held this island. All of you." It came out clean and certain. "You held it, and we came back. Nothing that happened here changes what this island is." The room was quiet. Luffy was at the door. He'd stayed back throughout, which was the right thing. This was hers, these were her people, this was the particular weight of being the person everyone looks to when the island has taken a hit. He had understood this without being told. She came to the door and they went out into the morning light together. "Poda will be fine," he said. "Yes." She looked at the sky. 4 injured. 1 serious. The breakwater can be rebuilt in a week. She was listing the facts he understood, because listing them helped turn the weight into concrete things that had concrete responses. We can repair the dock by evening. Hancock, he said. She stopped. She's going to come back, he said. Or send something back. She hit and she knew we'd assess the damage and she's already calculating the next step based on what we do. I know. We need to change what she's calculating. She looked at him. What does that mean? He was looking at the horizon, the open sea beyond the harbor, the direction Crane's ships had come from and gone back toward. She's been operating on the assumption that we're playing defense, he said. The tribute islands, the legal response, the signals strategy. All of it is us responding to things she does. He turned and looked at Hancock. I want to stop responding. And start what? Start going toward her. She was quiet. Define going toward. I want to find her ship, he said. Or whatever base she's operating from. Not to destroy it. Not to arrest her. Just. He paused, working through the thing. I want to go stand in front of her. I want her to see that she didn't hit something that went still. She hit something that moved toward her. He looked at Hancock steadily. She's been building a picture of us. I want to change the picture. Hancock looked at him for a long moment. She was thinking, not about whether he was capable of doing this, which was not a question she had about him, but about whether it was the right move. The political reading of it. The way it would look from Crane's perspective, from the government's perspective, from everyone's perspective. If you go to her without provocation. She started. She struck this island, he said. With no formal provocation, no declaration, no formal colors. Under any reasonable standard, that's provocation. He paused. I'm not going to level her ship. I'm going to make sure she understands what she's dealing with. Another long pause. Then Hancock said, She'll be on the Iron Home. Marine heavy cruiser. She's been stationed in the East Kaido corridor. Nyan's contacts placed her there 2 weeks ago. She thought. She may have moved. After the strike. She stayed close, Luffy said. She wants to watch the response. Hancock looked at him. You don't know that. She planned this whole thing to get information about how we respond, he said. She's not going to run before she gets it. He paused. She's east of here. Watching. Hancock looked at the eastern horizon. Nothing visible. But the logic of it, the portrait of Crane she'd been building from letters and patterns and the shape of her decisions, said he was right. She was watching. I'll come with you, Hancock said. Hancock, do not, she said. Do not tell me to stay here. The island has Nyan and the full Kuja force, and it held while we were both gone. Her voice was clean and final. I'm coming. He looked at her. Okay, she said. They went back to the harbor, and there was a brief, compact, entirely efficient conversation with Nyan that Nyan participated in with the resigned professionalism of someone who had learned years ago that this particular type of Hancock decision was not reversible. I don't like it, Nyan said. Noted, Hancock said. She's expecting a response. You're giving her one. I'm giving her a specific response, Hancock said. There's a difference. Nyan looked at Luffy. He shrugged. She's right, he said. There is a difference. Nyan put her pipe in her teeth. Took it out. Don't die, she said. Either of you. It would create significant administrative complications. That's very moving, Luffy said. Go, Nyan said. They went. The perfume femur left Amazon Lily at mid-morning with a reduced crew. Hancock ran 8 Kuja warriors. Fast and light. The 1,000 Sunny matched them. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Robin. Sanji had been left on Amazon Lily with Chopper and Usopp, which he had objected to until Hancock had looked at him for 3 seconds in silence, after which he had agreed this was probably the correct operational decision. They found the iron home in 6 hours. She was east of Amazon Lily, as Luffy had said, sitting in the open water about 40 nautical miles east of the island's patrol boundary, flying standard marine colors, making no effort to conceal herself. Which told them something: she had known they would come, and she had decided not to run. She was waiting. The iron home was a significant vessel. Heavy cruiser class, 3 gun decks, flying a vice admiral's pennant from the main mast. Crew complement of 400. The kind of ship that made a specific kind of statement about the seriousness of its occupants' intentions. Luffy looked at it from the Sunny's bow. "She's ready," Nami said from beside him. "Yeah. This is a trap." "Yeah, probably. You know that." "I know." He looked at the ship. "It doesn't matter." Nami made the sound she made when she had an opinion she was going to express anyway. "It matters strategically. She wants us afraid to approach," he said. "If we approach, she loses that. Whatever she's set up, whatever she's got on those gun decks or in the water or wherever, the moment we close the distance without hesitating, she's working from behind." He paused. "She knows that too. That's why she waited instead of running." He looked at Nami. "She wants to see what we're made of." "A beat." "Terrific," Nami said, with the particular controlled resignation of a woman who had been having this type of conversation for years. The Sunny and the Femur moved toward the iron home. At 300 meters, a signal went up from the cruiser, the formal hail, the request for identification, which was technically required and also somewhat absurd given the circumstances. The Sunny was flying Straw Hat colors. The Femur was flying Kuja colors. There was not much ambiguity. Hancock had the Femur's flag officer fire a response flare. Not the standard response signal. A Kuja battle color, the specific combination that meant we see your hail and we're coming anyway. The gun ports on the iron home did not open. Interesting. At 100 meters, a figure appeared on the iron home's upper deck. Not the captain's bridge, the open forward deck, the observation position. Standing at the forward rail, looking at them come. Even at this distance, even through the sea glare and the morning light, there was something recognizable in the posture, straight, still, patient. The posture of someone who had made a decision and was prepared to live in it completely. "That's her," Hancock said. Luffy looked. Vice Admiral Crane. He had been trying to build a picture of her for weeks, from Nyan's descriptions and the shape of her choices and the letters she'd written and the pattern she'd laid down across the new world like a careful web. The figure on the deck was older than he'd imagined, mid-50s, gray at the temples of dark hair, in marine dress blues with the rank marks at the collar. She was watching the two ships approach with the stillness of someone who had long since stopped spending energy on fear. She wasn't afraid of them. That was the first real piece of information. Not reckless, she was clearly not reckless, but not afraid. Which meant she had something. Some move she'd already made that she felt confident in. "She's not going to fire," Luffy said. "No," Hancock agreed. "She wants to talk." "Then let's talk." They came alongside the iron home with the ships close enough that a boarding plank could have been run across. The Kuja warriors had arrows nocked. Zoro was on the Sunny's rail, all 3 swords accessible, wearing the particular expression he wore for things that were serious and might go sideways. Nami had the log pose and the charts ready because Nami prepared for everything. Robin was still, reading nothing, watching everything. On the iron home's deck, Crane watched them arrive. Then she did something Luffy didn't expect. She walked to the rail. She was close enough now to see clearly, the weathered face, precise and tired in a way that was not weakness but accumulation. The tired look of someone who had been doing a difficult thing for a very long time and believed in it. "Captain Straw Hat," she said. Her voice carried across the water cleanly, with the projection of someone used to giving commands on deck in bad weather. "Empress Hancock." She looked at them both. "I expected you sooner. We stopped to look at the damage you did to our island," Hancock said. Something moved in Crane's expression. "4 wounded. No deaths." She said it without flinching, but also without pleasure. As intended. As intended, Hancock repeated. The words like two stones set down on a hard surface. I want you to understand, Crane said, that nothing I've done has been indiscriminate. Every action I've taken has been precise. She looked at them steadily. I'm not trying to destroy Amazon Lily. I'm not trying to kill either of you. What are you trying to do? Luffy said. She looked at him. Something in her look when she looked at him, the particular attention of someone encountering something they've studied from a distance, and are now seeing directly. You've destabilized 3 of the 4 major Yonko power structures in 2 years, she said. Not by conquest, by your existence. By what you represent. She paused. I've been watching the New World's balance shift for a decade. Every shift carries costs. People caught in the restructuring. Islands that end up in the wrong zone when the big powers move. She held his gaze. You don't think about those costs. I think about them, Luffy said. Calmly. Not systematically. No, he agreed. Not systematically. That's the problem, she said. You are the most consequential individual in the world right now. You move on instinct, and you don't look back at what your wake does to smaller things. She was not angry. She was explaining. This, a slight gesture indicating the alliance, the ceremony, the whole shape of it, is not a personal matter to me. It is a force multiplication event on a scale the New World isn't ready for. You joined the most militarily capable independent force in the Eastern New World to your own organization. The political and military consequences of that are going to ripple out for years. And no one, not you, not her, not either of your crews, is thinking about what those ripples hit. Silence on both decks. Luffy looked at her for a long time. He was doing the thing he did, the fast, deep reading of a person, the cut to the real thing. You believe all of that, he said. Every word, she said. You really think you're protecting people? I know I'm protecting people. Her voice didn't shift. The same people you care about, in different zones. The ones who don't have a flag or a crew. The ones who end up in the gaps when the big powers move. So do I, he said. You believe that? I know that. He held her gaze. My crew. My allies. My island. He paused. The people who've needed protecting everywhere I've been. I don't calculate it the way you do. But I protect them. He looked at her straight. And you came to my island, my wife's island, and you hurt her people. 4 of them. Because of a calculation. He paused. Tell me which one of us is protecting people right now. Something crossed her face. The first crack in the even surface, not much, just the hairline, the place where the genuine conviction met the genuine cost of it. I don't enjoy the damage, she said. I know, he said. That's the worst thing about you. She looked at him. He looked back. For a moment it was just the 2 of them across the water, and the ships and the crews and the history of the world fell slightly back, and it was just 2 people who meant what they said looking at each other. We're going to keep being what we are, Luffy said. That's not going to change. The island is going to be the island. We're going to be us. He paused. What you're trying to stop has already happened. And you being here. A slight gesture at the iron home, at the guns that hadn't opened, at the whole carefully assembled apparatus of her operation, is not going to unhappen it. Crane was quiet. Then she said, the reclassification petition is already filed. Her voice was even again. It was filed yesterday, from the iron home, through the official channel. It cites the battle at Russ Fall, the alliance formation, the tributary island consolidation, the communications records from Callow. She paused. The civilian council will hear it in 30 days. If they rule in favor, Amazon Lily loses its sovereign protections and the Kuja pirates are formally designated a hostile organization. She held Hancock's gaze. That's not a threat. It's information. I'm giving it to you directly because I'd rather you have it honestly than find it through a back channel. Hancock had been very still through all of this. Now she moved, one step forward, closer to the rail, so that she was looking at Crane across almost nothing. You filed the petition yesterday, she said. Yes. While we were on our way here. After the strike. Yes. You gave us the direct information now because the petition is already in motion. A slight pause. You're being honest because it costs you nothing to be honest at this point. Yes, Crane said. I respect that, Hancock said. It's intelligent. She held Crane's gaze. The petition will fail. It may not. It will, Hancock said. Because I have been in the civilian council chamber before. I have stood in front of those people and argued for my island, and I know what they respond to. She paused. They respond to status. To established power. To the appearance of stability. She looked at Crane. The appearance of stability I will be presenting in that chamber in 30 days is considerably more formidable than what I walked in with before. You built it for me, with everything you've done in the past 3 weeks. A slight pause. Every Allied island confirmation, every demonstration of calm under pressure, every meeting with government contacts, it's all on the record. You created the record by trying to disrupt it. Crane looked at her. There was a long, clean silence. You knew what I was doing, Crane said. Not quite a question. Not all of it, Hancock said. But the shape of it. Yes. Another pause. Then you understand, Crane said, that the petition is not my last move. I know, Hancock said. And I understand that you're telling me that honestly for the same reason you told me about the petition. Because your next move is already in motion and you don't need to hide it anymore. Something passed between the two women across the water. A recognition, not warmth, not respect in the conventional sense, but the particular acknowledgement of two people who were genuinely matched at a certain kind of intelligence, and were both, in this moment, aware of it. Luffy had been watching. He had been watching Crane specifically, not the words, the person. The thing underneath. He had learned a long time ago that the words people said in moments like this were the least important thing. What mattered was the thing underneath. He saw it when Crane mentioned the next move. A slight shift. Not confidence, something else. Something that was nearly regret. What's the next move? He said. Crane looked at him. You're going to tell us anyway, he said. Because you just told us about the petition. You're being direct. Whatever it is, tell us directly. A beat. I have agents on Amazon Lily, she said. The decks went silent. Hancock did not move. Did not blink. How many? She said. 2. Crane held her gaze. Embedded in the supply network. They have been there for 3 weeks. They have a specific task. She paused. I'm telling you now because... She stopped. Started again. Something in her voice that was not comfortable but was honest. Because it went further than I intended. The parameters I gave were precise. What they have decided to do with those parameters is... She stopped again. There is a bomb. In the Eastern Supply Depot. The word landed like a physical thing. A marine-grade explosive, Crane continued. Her voice had changed. The composure was intact, but something underneath it was not. The kind that is remotely triggered. I gave the agents authority to use it as leverage. Not as a detonation. As a threat to create a negotiating position from which I could. She stopped. They have decided to trigger it on a timeline. Not as leverage. As a statement. She looked directly at Hancock. They are not following my parameters. They have their own, they have a different. She breathed. I cannot reach them. They went dark 3 days ago. Hancock had gone completely still. Not frozen, still. The stillness of someone who has processed a critical piece of information and is already 3 steps ahead of it. Location, she said. Exact. Eastern Supply Depot, lower level. Building 3. Crane met her eyes. The timer, based on the schedule I gave them, will trigger in approximately 4 hours. That was my estimate for when you'd have returned to the island, assess the damage, and be in a position to be threatened. She paused. I didn't account for you being faster. When did you decide to tell us this? Luffy said. Crane looked at him. 30 seconds after you appeared on the horizon. She held his gaze. I did not sanction a bombing. I built an operation on careful, precise, deniable pressure. 2 people decided to take it somewhere else. A pause. I am not willing to put that on my name. Luffy looked at her for a moment longer. Then he looked at Hancock. She was already turning. Ran, she said in a voice like a blade unsheathed. Full speed. Now. She was moving before the sentence finished. Down from the deck, toward the helm, every motion decisive and absolute. Luffy was on the rail, arm already stretching back toward the Sunny. Nami! He shouted. Amazon Lily. Full sail, fastest route. He heard Nami already moving. He landed on the Sunny's deck and Zoro was already at the mast and Robin was pulling the charts. 4 hours, Robin said. Less now, Luffy said. Move. The 2 ships turned hard, caught the wind, and ran. Luffy stood at the bow and he thought about the island, the supply depot, the lower level, Building 3. He knew where it was. He'd wandered the eastern side of Amazon Lily on the 2nd day after the ceremony, the way he wandered everywhere, and he knew the geography. Long building, stone foundation, the storage for dry goods and ammunition and replacement materials. Deep foundations. If something went off down there with enough force, he didn't finish the thought. The femur was ahead of the Sunny again. Hancock had the wind and she was using all of it, the ship running at an angle that was technically past safe sailing practice and absolutely correct anyway, and he could see her at the helm from the Sunny's bow, a clear shape against the sky, everything in her oriented toward one point. He felt the distance between them, 60 meters of water, like a physical thing. He wanted to be on her ship. He wanted to be next to her. He stayed where he was because they both needed to be at their bows and there was nothing he could do on the femur that he couldn't do on the Sunny, and the 60 meters of water was just 60 meters of water. Nami ran the numbers. 3 hours 40 minutes if the wind held. Luffy looked at the horizon and thought about what he was going to do when they got there, and he thought about the supply depot and the 2 people Crane had sent, and he thought about the fact that on the iron home behind them a vice admiral had made a decision to be honest that had cost her something and done it anyway, and he thought that was, he didn't have a neat category for it. Not forgiven. Not forgotten. Something more complicated than both. Amazon Lily appeared on the horizon in 3 hours 20 minutes because the wind held and then improved and because both captains were sailing with the particular intensity of people for whom arriving was not optional. The island looked the same from the water. No new smoke. Not yet. Nami was already on the Den Mushi to the island's emergency channel. She got through to the Kuja communications post and told them, Eastern Supply Depot, Building 3, lower level, possible explosive device. Evacuate the area? Evacuate now. She got back acknowledgement in 12 seconds. Luffy was watching the eastern shore as they came in. The depot was on the eastern side of the harbor complex. Low stone buildings set back from the water, the particular blocky architecture of storage infrastructure. I see too, Zoro said, from his position at the Sunny's bow, already past Luffy's eyeline. On the roof of Building 2. Watching the harbor. Crane's agents, Luffy said. Probably. Zoro was relaxed. They see us coming. Good, Luffy said. He stretched his arm to the nearest dock pylon as the ship came in close, grabbed it, let his body swing forward, released. He hit the dock at a run and didn't stop. Behind him he heard the femur coming in fast and the particular sharp sound of Hancock descending the gangplank at something considerably above a walk. The 2 figures on the roof of Building 2 were exactly where Zoro had said. They saw Luffy coming across the dock and they had the look of people whose plan had just encountered a variable they hadn't accounted for, a variable that was running toward them at speed with no indication of stopping. One of them pulled something from their coat. A remote trigger device, The kind with a single button, the kind that was designed to be fast. Luffy stretched his arm, and the arm moved faster than the thumb could complete its motion, and the device was in his hand, and then it was in the harbor behind him in the same moment. The man who'd been holding it stared at his empty hand. Luffy was standing in front of him. "Where's the bomb?" he said. Not loudly. Just directly. The man opened his mouth. "Building 3, lower level," Luffy said. "I know where it is. I want to know if there are more." The man looked at him. Whatever he saw in Luffy's face, and Luffy's face at this particular moment had nothing of the grin in it, nothing of the easy warmth, just the clear, unafraid certainty of someone who had made a decision and was standing completely in it, made the calculation for him. "One device," the man said. "That's all." Luffy was already moving. Building 3 had its doors open by the time he got there. The Kuja evacuation team had cleared the area, the lower level access was unblocked. He went down the stone steps at speed, into the low-ceilinged storage space that smelled like preserves and wood and the particular dry mustiness of deep storage. The device was against the east wall, set into a gap between 2 stacked pallets, a dull gray metal box with a receiver unit on top. Not large, designed to be concealable. But in this space, in this building with its stone walls and deep foundations, it would have been enough. He looked at it. Then he picked it up. Carefully, he had enough basic understanding of explosive devices from years of inadvertent proximity to them to know that slow and steady was the variable that mattered here. He carried it up the steps and out into the morning light, and kept walking across the dock to the water's edge and set it down gently on the dock's surface. He looked at it for a moment. Then he put one finger on the casing and applied a careful, precise amount of pressure, the specific pressure of someone who had learned, through trial and genuinely significant error, exactly how to use hockey in a targeted way, and felt the interior components compress and fail in a contained, harmless way. Not an explosion. Just stopping. He straightened up. The morning was bright and quiet. Hancock was behind him. He knew it without looking. He could hear her breathing, the specific quality of her presence. He turned. She was looking at the dead device on the dock. Her face was still the face she'd had on the Ironhome deck, controlled, processing, moving forward. But she was looking at the device the way you look at something that came very close to being something else, and he could see, because he had learned how to see it, the layer underneath the control. "Building's clear," he said. "One device. No others." She looked at him. Her eyes were very clear. "You went in alone." "It was faster." "Luffy, it was faster," he said. Gently. "The evacuation was done. I knew where it was. It was faster for me to go in alone." She looked at him for another moment. She was doing the thing, the processing, the check. Was he hurt? Was it handled? What comes next? He let her do it. "Fine," she said. "Fine," he said. She looked at the device again. Something shifted in her expression, something that was not her usual controlled version of anything. Just a human thing. The thing that happens when you've been running towards something at full speed and you arrive, and it's handled and the forward momentum has nowhere to go. She put her hand on his arm. Just briefly. Her hand on his forearm, the pressure of it, real and deliberate. Then she turned and walked toward the 2 captured agents, who were currently being held in the particular manner that Kuja warriors held people, which was effective and slightly frightening. Nyan appeared from the direction of the main compound at a pace that was the fastest Luffy had ever seen her move. She was still in the arm sling. She looked at the device on the dock, at Luffy, at Hancock's back. "Handled?" she said. "Handled," Luffy said. The old woman looked at him with an expression that was not quite what he was used to seeing from her, something less guarded, something that had been rubbed down to something more essential by the last 6 hours. "Good," she said. Then she looked at his hand, where the device had been. "You're not hurt?" "No." She put her pipe in her teeth. "Good," she said again. He looked at Hancock. She was talking to Rand now, precise and focused, already managing the next thing: the agents, the formal documentation, the chain of custody, the process that would ensure that what had happened here was on record in a way that served them in the petition hearing in 30 days. She was standing on her dock, in front of her supply building, managing a crisis that had come for her while she was away, and she was doing it with the complete competence of someone who had been protecting this island for 15 years and intended to keep doing it. He watched her work. He had come running back here at full sail, burning every knot of speed both ships had, because something had threatened her island. He had gone into the building alone because it was faster, and it was faster because he hadn't hesitated, and he hadn't hesitated because he wasn't afraid of what might be down there, and he wasn't afraid of it because the alternative was something he wasn't willing to calculate. He understood something, standing on the dock. It wasn't just that he would go toward things for her. He had always gone toward things for people. For his crew, for anyone who needed it. It was that for her specifically, for Hancock, for this person standing 30 feet away managing a crisis with the calm precision of 15 years' practice, and the quiet fire underneath it that she mostly didn't show. For her, the going toward had a different quality. Not just duty. Not just the instinct that sent him flying toward anything that needed him. Something more like necessity. The necessity of someone who had found the one thing they weren't willing to be far from. Nyan was beside him again. He hadn't heard her move. "You understand it now," she said, quietly. He looked at her. "What?" She looked at Hancock, working in the morning light. "What it costs," she said. "To love something that can be targeted." He was quiet. "Yes," he said. She nodded once. "Good," she said, for the third time, and walked away. On the iron home, still sitting in the eastern water, Vice Admiral Hiromi Crane would receive no report from her agents. She would wait, and the report would not come, and she would understand exactly what that meant. She would sit in her office with the petition filed and the operation collapsed and think about the conversation at the rail, the two of them across the water, saying the exact true thing, not maneuvering, not performing. She would think about it for a long time. But that was far away. On the dock, Hancock had finished with Ran and turned, and across the morning she looked at him, just looked, the clean direct look, and he looked back, and the island was intact, and his hands were empty, and the sun was very bright on the water. Chapter 6. King and Empress. The Civilian Council of the World Government met in a chamber that had been designed, centuries ago, to make whoever stood at its center feel small. It was a high-vaulted room in one of Mariehua administrative buildings, not the throne room, not the Pangaea Castle's inner sanctum, but a formal hearing chamber with tiered seating for the council members and a single open floor in the center where petitioners and respondents stood. The ceiling was 60 feet above the floor. The windows were narrow and placed high, admitting light in thin precise columns that hit the center floor and nowhere else. Hancock had been here before. At 19, at 23, at 28, 3 times in 15 years she had stood on this floor and argued for Amazon Lily, for her people, for the continued existence of the things she protected. She knew the chamber's particular geometry. She knew how the light fell and how the acoustics worked and how the council members sat, which ones leaned forward, which ones kept their faces carefully blank, which ones had already decided and were waiting for an opportunity to say so. She walked in now and looked at all of it and felt none of the things she'd felt at 19. Behind her, a presence she had learned to feel the way you feel weather, not pressure, not constraint, just there, warm, absolutely without doubt. Luffy walked into the chamber of the World Government's Civilian Council the way he walked into every room, like he'd been there before and found it fine. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the tiered seats, the council members in their formal wear, the architectural intimidation of the whole space. "Big room," he said. Hancock allowed herself, briefly, the thing that happened in her chest when he said things like that. Then she set it aside and walked to the center of the floor. Nyan was with them. She had insisted, citing 30 years of formal legal advocacy and the particular fury of someone who had written the documents that were now being adjudicated and intended to be present when they were used. Her arm was out of the sling. She walked with her pipe unlit because smoking was technically forbidden in this chamber, a rule she was observing on the grounds that she had chosen her battles today, and this wasn't one of them. Robin was also present, because Robin had spent 3 weeks building a legal counter-argument that was so thoroughly documented that Hancock had read it twice and found nothing to improve. She carried a leather case and wore the expression of someone who was very calm because they had done the work and the work was complete. Nami, Zoro, and the rest of the Straw Hats were outside. Luffy had suggested they come in. Nami had said the chamber probably had a capacity restriction. Zoro had said he didn't want to sit in chairs. Usopp had said he definitely wasn't afraid of the world government's civilian council chamber, followed by a pause, followed by, but staying outside was also fine. Sanji had stayed with Chopper, who had stayed because there was a theory that Chopper might constitute either a pet or a dangerous animal under the formal entry protocols, and they hadn't been able to clarify which in time. Shanks had offered to come. Hancock had declined. Not because she didn't want him there, but because Shanks in the world government's civilian council chamber was a specific category of problem that she was not going to add to today's variables. He'd accepted this with the good humor of someone who understood the logic and also was slightly relieved. The council was 17 people. Hancock scanned them from the center floor as they settled into their seats. She had files on most of them, not from espionage, simply from the work of governance, the years of tracking who sat on what body and what they responded to and what they were afraid of. 3 of them she had spoken to personally at previous hearings. 2 were new appointments. 1, a man named Council Draven, at the far left of the upper tier, had been the most resistant to Amazon Lily's interests at the last hearing, 12 years ago, and had softened since, for reasons she understood and had not engineered but had allowed to operate. The petition was read by a clerk. The full text, formal and dry, citing the events of the past 3 weeks with the clinical precision of someone building a legal case, the alliance formation, the tributary consolidation, the communications records, the military positioning. Crane's argument assembled in the official language of the government, stripped of Crane's actual intelligence, and left as its skeleton. Hancock listened. She let it finish. Then the council chair, a woman named Vel, whom Hancock had not met before but had read as methodical, thorough, and genuinely undecided, looked down from the elevated tier and said, "The respondent will address the petition." Hancock stepped forward. She had not prepared remarks. She had prepared for several versions of the hearing, had thought through the arguments, the structure, the order of evidence. But she had not written remarks because she was better, and she knew she was better, when she spoke from the actual thing rather than the prepared version of it. "Council Vel," she said. "Members of the council." Her voice filled the room cleanly. "The petition before you argues that the formation of a personal and political alliance between Amazon Lily and a Yonko constitutes a destabilizing act against the interests of the world government." She paused. "I am going to argue the opposite." She spoke for 40 minutes. She spoke about stability, not the word, but the substance of it. About what had actually happened in the New World since the Shichibukai system's dissolution, about the power vacuum and the conflicts that had filled it, about the islands that had suffered under that instability, about the role that Amazon Lily and its Empress had played in holding a specific sector of the Eastern New World to a workable order. She did not use notes. She didn't need them. She spoke about the tribute islands, Murray, Callow, and 3 others that had formalized their relationships in the weeks since the ceremony, each one a documented stabilization event, each one a piece of the new world that had moved from uncertain to settled. She spoke briefly about the strike on Amazon Lily, not with anger, carefully and precisely, laying the documented evidence of an unprovoked action against the sovereign territory that the petition framed as defensive necessity. She did not name Crane. She named the action. She let the council do the naming. She spoke about what Amazon Lily was and had always been, the longest continuously operating independent territory in the New World's recorded history, a military and cultural entity that had coexisted with every iteration of the world government structure for 3 centuries, always difficult, always autonomous, never a genuine threat to anything except people who came to it looking to take something. She did not speak about the marriage directly until the end. The petition frames this alliance as a consolidation of power that threatens stability, she said. I would like the council to consider the alternative. For 2 years since the Shichibukai system ended, Amazon Lily has operated without formal protection. We have managed that exposure through intelligence, through political relationship building, and through force when force was required. She looked at the council directly. In those 2 years, the attempt to manage our own security has required us to operate in increasingly isolated ways. We have had fewer allies, fewer open communication channels, fewer opportunities to be a constructive participant in the new world's order rather than a defensive one. She let that sit. An alliance changes that, she said. An alliance creates communication channels. Shared information. Shared interests and stability, because instability is expensive for everyone who has something to protect. She held Vel's gaze. The petition is asking you to rule that Amazon Lily becoming more connected, more stable, and more engaged with the new world's order is a threat to that order. A pause. I am asking you to recognize that the logic runs the other way. She stepped back. The room was quiet. Luffy, standing to her left and slightly behind, had been still through the entire 40 minutes. Not with the stillness of someone suppressing himself, with the stillness of someone who was simply not needed for this part, and knew it, and had no problem with that. He had watched her speak with the complete and uncomplicated attention he gave to things he respected. The council went to deliberation. A recess of 1 hour, which Vel announced with the crisp finality of someone who had heard what she needed to hear and intended to make a decision. They went to an antechamber. Nyan sat down immediately and found her pipe and then remembered she couldn't light it and held it unlit between her teeth. Robin organized her documents. Hancock stood at the window and looked at the Mariejoa skyline, the impossible architecture of the place, the ancient engineered grandeur of it, the city that sat on top of the world and had sat there so long it had started to assume the world existed to hold it up. Luffy stood beside her. That was incredible, he said. Don't be effusive, she said. I'm not being effusive. That was genuinely incredible. He looked at the skyline. You know everything about this. The legal stuff, the history, the names, the way you put the argument together. He paused. You've been building toward that your whole life. She was quiet for a moment. 15 years, she said. Every time I stood on that floor it was one more piece of the argument. She looked at the city. The argument I've been making since I was 19 is, we exist, we have always existed, and we will keep existing, and the question is whether you want that existence to be inside the order or outside it. A pause. Today I had better evidence for the inside. The Tribute Islands, he said. The Tribute Islands. The Alliance. She looked sideways at him. You. He looked back at her. You being there, she said. Standing in that room, not doing anything, not saying anything. Just present. She held his gaze. That is worth more than any argument. The council looked at you standing on that floor and understood that the calculus of opposing Amazon Lily had changed in a fundamental way. She paused. Not because you're frightening to them. Because you're real to them. They've seen what you've done. You're not a legend in that room, you're a fact. And facts standing next to Amazon Lily change what Amazon Lily is, he said. Change what Amazon Lily is. She agreed. He nodded. He was looking at the city again. Was it enough? I don't know, she said. 3 of them are already on our side. 4 are against. The rest, she thought. The argument was correct. The evidence was correct. Whether that's enough depends on whether this council is afraid of the right things. Are they usually? No, she said. He shrugged. Then we deal with whatever they decide. She looked at him. You're not concerned. I'm concerned, he said. It matters. Your island matters. He paused. But the outcome in that room doesn't change what's true. Amazon Lily is going to be what it is. You're going to be what you are. Whatever they decide, we go forward from it. He looked at her. Right. Something that was the real thing, unguarded, moved in her face. Right, she said. The council reconvened in 53 minutes, which was faster than the announced hour and which Robin, who had been tracking timing patterns in council hearings for 3 weeks, identified as a favorable sign without sharing this information because she didn't want to be wrong in a loud way. Vel looked down from the elevated tier at the two people on the center floor, the Pirate Empress and the Fifth Emperor, standing close enough together that their arms were nearly touching. The council has reviewed the petition and the respondents' counterargument, Vel said. Her voice was professionally neutral. We have reviewed the documented evidence submitted by both parties, including the communications records, the Tributary Alliance confirmations, and the formal incident report regarding the strike on Amazon Lily's harbor. She paused. The room was very quiet. The petition is denied, she said. Nyan, in the back of the room, made a sound she would later describe as a cough. Robin straightened her documents. The council finds, Vel continued, that the evidence does not support the characterization of the Amazon Lily alliance as a destabilizing action. The documented tributary agreements and the respondents' presentation of engagement rather than isolation align with the government's stated interests in regional stability. She looked down at her formal papers. The question of Amazon Lily's sovereign status is resolved in the existing framework. The Kuja pirates retain their classification as an autonomous maritime organization operating under recognized territorial sovereignty. A pause. The petition is denied in full. This hearing is closed. The clerk struck the gavel. Hancock did not react visibly. She looked at Vel for a moment with the controlled acknowledgement of someone who has received news they intended to receive. She inclined her head slightly, not a bow, a recognition. Vel looked back at her. Something in the council chair's expression that was not quite official, something more personal, the look of one woman who has done a difficult job looking at another. Then the council filed out, and the chamber was just a room. Nyan was beside them almost immediately, moving faster than her age suggested was possible. She didn't say anything. She put her hand briefly on Hancock's arm, the same gesture Hancock had used on her, the mirror of it, and Hancock covered her hand, and it was complete. Luffy put his arm around Hancock's shoulders. She let it stay there. Done? He said. Done, she said. Good. I'm hungry. She laughed. Short, real, completely unguarded in the marble chamber of the World Government's Civilian Council. It echoed slightly, which made it better. They sent word ahead. By the time they cleared the Mariehua administrative district and reached the port where their ships were moored, Nami had already received the signal, and the Thousand Sunny was flying its colors at full mast with Usopp's particular flair for the dramatic expression of good news. Sanji had cooked. This was not a surprise. Sanji always cooked when something important happened, because important things required good food and Sanji was constitutionally unable to let important things be accompanied by bad food. The smell of it reached the dock before they could see the table. Chopper was crying. Also not a surprise. Zoro was asleep on the deck, or performing sleep, with his swords arranged around him in a way that suggested he had been paying more attention to the outcome of the hearing than he was prepared to admit. Usopp had made a flag. It was too large for the space he'd put it in, and it said Amazon Lily, forever in somewhat uneven letters, and it was, in Luffy's opinion, the best flag he had ever seen. Shanks was there. He had arrived while they were in the chamber, apparently having decided that the outcome required his physical presence regardless of whether Hancock had wanted him in the room. He was sitting on the dock with his feet in the water and a bottle in his hand and the look of someone who had received the signal and was already celebrating. He stood when Luffy came down the gangplank. They looked at each other for a moment, just a moment, the weight of everything contained in it, and then Shanks grinned. Told you, he said. You didn't tell me anything, Luffy said. You said ask her. That was the whole advice. It was sufficient. He raised his bottle. To Amazon Lily. To Amazon Lily. The dock echoed back, in however many voices there were present. The celebration had the texture of the best kind, not the formal feast of the ceremony but something looser and more immediate, the specific joy of a specific thing having gone right. People ate standing up or sitting on dock cleats or leaning on the Sunny's hull. Shanks and Nyan ended up in a conversation that Luffy tracked from a distance and concluded was probably either extremely interesting or a very polite argument, because either of them looked away from each other for 40 minutes. Robin and Rayleigh, who had arrived from Mariejoa that morning, having completed his operation there with the quiet efficiency he brought to everything, sat together near the femur's stern, and Luffy watched them from across the dock and thought about what Rayleigh had said in his letter, "Tell the boy to stop worrying." He thought about what it meant that Rayleigh had known about the Mariejoa source for years. That the Dark King had been maintaining a threat of protection over things Luffy hadn't even known were threatened yet. He thought about what it meant to have people who had been doing that, building forward, watching, maintaining the things that held, long before he was aware enough to help. He went and sat next to Rayleigh. The old man looked at him. "You're about to say something thoughtful," Rayleigh said. "Maybe," Luffy said. "Have some wine first. You're always trying to give me wine. I'm trying to slow you down to the speed where thoughtful things land correctly." He filled a cup and held it out. "Drink it." Luffy drank it. It was good wine, because Rayleigh never had bad wine. He looked at the harbor. "The source," he said. "Safe," Rayleigh said. "Moved and resettled. They're fine. Thank you. Thank your wife. She built a relationship worth protecting for 10 years. I just did the last piece." He looked at the water. "That's how most important things work. Someone plants something a long time ago. Someone else gets to harvest it." "Roger," Luffy said. Rayleigh was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes," he said. They sat with that. "She's extraordinary," Rayleigh said. "Not about Roger. Present tense, the present person." "I know," Luffy said. "Does she know you know?" "I tell her." "She believes you?" "Getting closer," Luffy said, with the slight grin of someone who understood a process and was patient with it. Rayleigh looked at him. Then he looked at Hancock, who was across the dock talking to 3 of her senior Kuja warriors, managing the debrief of the hearing with the focused efficiency she brought to everything. "She's believed very few people in her life," he said. "The ones she trusted paid badly for being trusted." A pause. "Except you." "I know," Luffy said. "Don't make me wrong about you," Rayleigh said. "You're not wrong about me," Luffy said. They sat in the dockside evening, and the harbor moved, and the celebration continued around them. Vice Admiral Crane received the news of the petition denial on the second day after the hearing, through official channels. She read the ruling, which was comprehensive and clearly written by someone who had done very thorough documentation work. She set it down. She sat in her office on the Iron Home for a long time. Hessa came in, looked at the Vice Admiral's face. Said nothing, because there was nothing useful to say. "Pull the operation," Crane said. "All active elements. Stand down." "Yes, sir." "And send a formal incident report to Fleet Admiral Command. The strike on Amazon Lily. My orders, my authorization. Complete and accurate." She looked at the wall. "The agents who went beyond parameters, they're under formal charge. I want the paperwork done correctly." Hessa looked at her. "That report will, I know what it will do," Crane said. "Do it." Hessa left. Crane sat with the ruling. She thought about the conversation at the Iron Home's rail, the 2 of them across the water, the Yonko and the Empress, saying the exact true thing without performance or strategy. She thought about Luffy's face when he said, "I think about them." Not systematically. She thought about the fact that he had been right, from his position, with his values, about what he was doing, and she had been right, from her position, with her values, about what she was afraid of. That was the difficult part. The part that didn't resolve cleanly. She thought, the world is going to be shaped by them whether I try to stop it or not. The question was always whether the shaping was going to happen with or without the structures that protected ordinary things. She had built her operation on the assumption that powerful people couldn't be trusted to protect ordinary things. She had looked at Straw Hat Luffy and seen a force of nature with no accountability, and built her strategy around that. What she hadn't fully accounted for was Boa Hancock. A woman who had been protecting ordinary things, her island, her people, the small structure of a community that had no one else, for 15 years, with exactly the tools Crane believed in: planning, restraint, political navigation, the long patience of someone building rather than destroying. Crane had walked into an operation against someone who operated the way she operated, and she had been so focused on the person standing next to her that she'd underweight the thing itself. She filed the incident report. She pulled the operation. She sat with what it meant to be completely in the wrong about a thing you had been genuinely right to worry about, and she thought it was probably the most uncomfortable she'd felt in 30 years. Then she picked up the new file Hessa had left on her desk, a different situation, a different part of the new world, a different kind of problem that needed the kind of careful, systematic, patient attention she was good at. She opened it. Began to read. The work was never done. They left Mariehawa the following morning. The two ships sailed together out of the harbor and into the open water, and within the first hour they had the sea to themselves, just the thousand sunny and the perfume femur on the clean water, the sky doing what it was doing, the wind fresh from the northwest. Luffy was on the bow. Standard position. Hat on, coat from the ceremony somewhere below decks because he'd forgotten about it, everything else exactly as it had always been. He looked at the sea ahead. 3 months ago he had spotted smoke from a battle and launched himself off his own ship toward it on instinct, because the instinct said go, and he always followed the instinct. In the time since, a battle, a proposal on a wall, a ceremony on a cliff, 2 tribute islands, a relay station, a marine confrontation, a bomb that was now at the bottom of Amazon Lily's harbor, a civilian council chamber in Mariehawa where the most powerful woman he'd ever known had stood on a cold marble floor and argued for her island's life with the accumulated force of 15 years. And he'd stood behind her, and it had been enough. He felt the shape of all of it. Not with any particular sentiment, not the look how far we've come feeling, which was not really in his emotional register. Just the weight. The honest weight of things that had happened and mattered. A presence beside him. Hancock stood at the bow with the sea wind doing things with her hair and her expression doing nothing it usually did in public. No composure, no armor, no empress bearing. Just her face, open and direct, looking at the ocean. "Where are we going?" she said. "Wherever," he said. "New world's big. I have patrol commitments for Amazon Lily in 6 weeks. Then we have 6 weeks. She looked at the sea. "There's an island about 3 days northeast," she said, "called Verd. I've never landed there. The charts show something interesting about the coastline." "How interesting?" "Possibly caves. Possibly not." She paused. "The records are ambiguous." He looked at her. She was looking at the sea with something he'd been learning to recognize, a quality in her that she didn't often let out, that she'd been carrying under the Empress work and the strategic management and the 15 years of protection responsibility. The quality of someone who actually wanted to go see the thing the charts were ambiguous about. The quality of wanting something just because it was interesting. Just because it was there. Just because the sea was big and the world had things in it that weren't categorized yet. "Let's go," he said. She turned and looked at him. Something opened in her face, just briefly, the clean simple thing, the thing she didn't manage or contain or calculate. She turned back to the sea. "The femur's faster on this point of sail," she said. "I know. You'll be behind." "I'll catch up," he said. "I always catch up." She looked sideways at him. The curve of almost a smile. "You always do," she said. She left the bow. He heard her cross to the femur, not by arm, this time, properly, ship to ship in the usual way, and then the perfumed femur's sails shifted and the ship leaned into the northeast wind with the particular grace of a vessel that had been built for exactly this kind of sailing, fast and purposeful and alive. Luffy watched it go. Then he turned back to the Sunny's bow and felt the ship move under him, and the wind coming from the northwest, and the sea opening up ahead in every direction, enormous and indifferent and completely full of whatever came next. Behind him, his crew, going about their work. Nami at her charts with the satisfied focus of someone navigating towards something genuinely new. Zoro asleep in a patch of sun. Sanji doing something in the galley that smelled excellent. Usopp and Chopper involved in something that was either an experiment, or a game, or both. Robin with her book, reading, watching everything from behind the reading. Ahead, the perfume femur on the northeast bearing, fast and dark and sure. And the world, not the world government's world, not the map of powers and territories and administrative structures, not the world of petitions and hearings and carefully constructed legal instruments. The actual world. The one that was made of water and sky and islands nobody had fully mapped yet and people doing things nobody had anticipated. That world. The one that had been changing under everyone's feet for years and would keep changing, because that was what the world did, it changed, and the things that survived the changing were the things that moved with it rather than against it, the things that were alive enough to go toward the next thing rather than defending the last one. He put one hand on the figurehead. The wind hit his face. The hat stayed on. On the femur's deck, Hancock stood at the helm with the northeast wind in her sails and the sea ahead of her, and she thought about the island called Verd and the possibly caves and the ambiguous charts, and she thought about what it meant that she was sailing toward them, toward an unknown thing, with no protection calculus attached, just the wanting and the going. She had been so long the person who went toward things because they needed protecting. This was different. This was going towards something because she wanted it. Because it was there. Because the sea was enormous and she was in it, actually in it, not just managing it. Because she was Boa Hancock, Pirate Empress, and she was sailing into a part of the world that nobody had fully mapped yet, and somewhere 2 or 3 hours behind her was a man in a red coat on the bow of a ship called the Thousand Sunny who would catch up because he always caught up, and the world was very large and the charts were ambiguous, and the caves might or might not be there, and she was going to find out. She breathed in. She sailed. 3 days later there were caves. Not possibly caves. Actual caves, cut deep into the base of Verd's eastern cliff face by 10,000 years of tide, with ceilings that vaulted 20 feet above the water line and walls that held mineral deposits that caught the light from the cave mouth and threw it back in colors that had no clean names. Not quite blue, not quite green, something between gold and silver where the calcite ran in thin wet lines down the rock. Luffy had found the way in first, because of course he had. He'd swum in from the sea while Hancock was still assessing the cliff geometry from the ship, and by the time she arrived he was sitting on a rock shelf inside, looking up at the ceiling, genuinely transfixed. She came in through the water and climbed up beside him and looked. The light moved with the sea, the tide breathed in and out and the reflected colors shifted with it, slow and enormous, like being inside something alive. Neither of them said anything for a while. The charts were right, she said finally. The charts said ambiguous, he said. Ambiguously correct, then? She looked at the ceiling. Nobody's been here before. How do you know? No marks. No indicators of fire. No debris. She looked around the cave walls. This part of it, anyway. Maybe deeper, want to find out. She looked at him. He was already looking further into the cave, where the passage continued beyond the light from the entrance, where it went deeper and darker and unknown. She looked at it too. Yes, she said. Simply, cleanly. They went deeper. The passage ran for 100 meters and opened into a second chamber twice the size of the first, and in this chamber the water was still, protected from the tide by some geological arrangement that created a pool so flat and clear it was like a mirror, and above it, growing from some crack in the ceiling that admitted light and moisture, a single extraordinary thing, a tree. Small. Ancient. Its roots had found their way through 40 feet of rock to reach water, and it had grown in the dark toward the pinhole of light above it, and it had simply continued to exist because that was what things that were determined to exist did. Luffy looked at it for a long time. Hancock stood beside him and looked at it too. She was thinking about something. He could tell not from anything she said but from the quality of her quiet, the thinking kind, the kind that was working through something true rather than something strategic. Nyan asked me once, she said, what I was afraid of. When I was younger. A pause. I said I was afraid of Amazon Lily being destroyed. Of my people being hurt. All the things I was actually afraid of. She paused again. She said, those are the things you protect. What are you afraid of for yourself? Luffy looked at her. I didn't have an answer, she said. For years I didn't have an answer, because the things I protected and the thing I was seemed like the same thing. She looked at the tree. I was afraid of this, she said. Of having something that was mine. Not Amazon Lily, that's my island, my responsibility. Something that was. She stopped. Something that was just mine. Because things that are just mine can be taken in a way that things that are my responsibility can't. She paused. My responsibility can be attacked, and I'll fight and hold it. But something just mine would cost more, he said. Would cost more, she said. He was quiet. And now? He said. She looked at the tree. The roots finding their way through 40 feet of rock. The single pinhole of light it had grown toward, over years, in the dark, simply because that was the direction of the thing it needed. No, she said. I have something that's just mine. And it's. She stopped. Started again. I'm not afraid of it the way I was afraid of it. She looked at him. I don't know exactly what changed. I do, he said. She raised an eyebrow. You stopped being afraid of it because it already happened, he said. You already chose it. It's already real. He paused. Can't be afraid of something that's already true. She looked at him for a moment. That's a very simple way to understand something complicated, she said. You always say that like it's a criticism, he said. It is, she said. And then, it's also usually correct. She looked at the tree. Insufferably correct. He grinned. Don't, she said. I didn't say anything. You were about to say something smug. I was going to say this is one of the best things I've ever seen. She looked at him. He was looking at the tree. His face in the cool cave light was open and entirely genuine, no performance, no grin deployed for effect, just someone looking at something extraordinary and being moved by it in the honest way. She looked back at the tree. Yes, she said. It is. They stayed in the cave for a long time, on the still pool's edge, looking at the thing that had grown in the dark toward the light it needed, for as long as it needed, until it reached it. Eventually they went back through the passage, back through the first chamber, back out into the sea and the light and the large open water. The Thousand Sunny was moored beside the perfumed femur in the small bay at Verd's eastern face. Nami was on the deck doing something with the charts, adding Verd, probably, updating the records with the thing they'd found. She looked up when they came in from the water and she looked at them, at both of them, specifically at the quality of the thing they brought back from the cave, the particular ease of it, and she went back to her charts without comment, because Nami understood that some things were better acknowledged by not acknowledging them. Robin was on the deck too, and she didn't look up from her book, which meant she had already looked and already processed it, and was now respecting the privacy of what she'd seen. Zoro, asleep on the middeck, opened one eye. Looked at Luffy. Closed it again. The eye said good. Then it said nothing else because Zoro's eye was not in the business of elaborating. Sanji was already cooking. Luffy climbed aboard and shook water out of his hair and looked at his ship and his crew in the late afternoon light, and he felt the weight of what they were. The specific weight of this thing he'd built, these people, this life, the shape of the world it moved through and the shape of the world it made by moving through it. Hancock came aboard behind him. She looked at the Straw Hat crew with the expression she had now for them, not warmth exactly, but something that had stopped being the controlled tolerance of a powerful woman managing the presence of inconvenient people and had become something more genuine. Something that recognized them as what they were. The people who showed up, kept showing up, held the center of the thing while everything around it moved. Sanji, she said. He looked up from the stove. Managed eye contact for a full 4 seconds, a personal record. Empress, he said, with the focused dignity of a man who had made peace with a feeling. What's for dinner? She said. He blinked. Then he smiled, not the performance smile, the real one. Whatever you want, he said. Surprise me, she said. It was the same thing she'd said about the wedding cake, weeks ago. He remembered it, she could tell by the flash of something in his face. The genuine pleasure of someone who had been trusted with a thing that mattered to them. He turned back to the stove and started cooking with the focused joy of someone doing the thing they were made for, in service of something that deserved it. Luffy sat on the bow. The perfumed femur was beside them, and the Kuja crew were visible on deck doing the evening work of a ship at anchorage, and the island of Verd rose behind the bay with its secret caves and its deep mineral chambers and its single small ancient tree growing in the dark, and the sea was very calm. Hancock sat beside him. Not the ceremonial sitting. Not the Empress bearing. Beside him, feet over the water close enough that their shoulders touched, looking at the sea. The evening came in. The light changed. The water went copper and then dark blue and then the first stars appeared, not all at once but one by one, the sky's slow reveal. He looked at the stars. She looked at the stars. Around them the ship was alive with the sounds of his crew being his crew, Nami and Robin talking about the charts, Zoro's breathing that meant genuine sleep, Usopp telling Chopper something that was either a story or an explanation and might be both, Sanji's knife on the board and the smell of what he was making filling the deck. And beside him, this person. This impossible, extraordinary, armor-built, genuinely kind, impossibly capable person who had said yes on a wall in the dark and had kept saying yes in every way that mattered since, not because she had to and not because it was easy but because she had looked at the full shape of it and decided it was worth choosing. Hancock, he said. Don't say something sentimental, she said. I was going to say I'm glad you said yes. She looked at him. That is sentimental. It's true. True things can be sentimental. Is that a problem? She was quiet for a moment. The stars were coming out properly now, the way they did out here far from cities, too many to count, the sky doing the thing it did in the open ocean where there was nothing between you and it. No, she said. It's not a problem. He grinned. She looked at the stars. I'm glad I said yes, she said. Clean and plain and completely unguarded. Like the word yes itself had been, on the wall, in the dark, 3 months ago. Just the true thing. Said once, completely. The sea moved. The stars burned. The world went on in every direction, enormous and indifferent and entirely full of whatever came next. The islands not yet visited, the waters not yet charted, the things the charts called ambiguous that were only waiting to be found. They were going toward all of it. Together, terrifyingly, magnificently.